Huh! Huh! Long Fei was dumbstruck, and immediately held the leopard girl's hand, saying, No, 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 I was just casually saying it. Even if it's like that, I can't be in this place, right? The leopard girl was too direct. Long Fei was completely unprepared in his heart. The leopard girl laughed sweetly in her heart and secretly said, Big brother Long Fei, I knew you wouldn't, hee hee. However, speaking of which, the leopard girl was too hot. No man could withstand her. How much power does Long Fei need to suppress the evil flame in his body? The two of them slowly walked deeper and deeper for who knows how long. Outside the Dragon Canyon, the gathering of Demon Army S was complete. Riding on the body of a demon fierce violent bear, wearing a ferocious tiger mask, Xiao Wuti waved a weapon made from a skull, roared at the sky and roared, Target Wulong Valley, attack me! Ha! Ha! Hararg! The voices of 100,000 Demon Army S shook the sky. The surrounding demon beasts were so scared that they scattered in all directions. Deep in the forest, Long Yun's expression changed as he cried out in his heart, Not good. General, what should we do? Long Yun pondered for a moment, then muttered, Long Fei, for the sake of the Long family's army aunt, I've let you down. She had no choice. He could only go back to Dragon Valley and notify Long Lei, telling him to gather the Long family's troops and prepare for battle. Once he returned too late, Xiao Wuti's demon army would catch the Long family's army off guard. At that time, Long Yun wasn't an indecisive woman. Without hesitation, he turned around and said, Return to Dragon Mountain Valley and prepare for battle. Riding on the war horse, Long Yun secretly thought, Long Fei, you must survive. Hold! Hurry and return to Wulong Valley. Over the past decade, the demon army had been hiding in the hundreds of thousands of barren mountains. The Long family army thought that the demon army had lost its sharpness and could no longer fight with the Long family army. In these few years, the Long family's defense on the demon territory had also relaxed a lot. If the demon army suddenly appeared, the Long family would definitely be heavily injured. At that time, 100,000 demon army S would rush in and attack Fireglass City. The charge was the Long family. Long Yun knew clearly in his heart that Xiao Wuti hated the Long family. The next day, Long Lei stood on top of the crouching dragon hill, and watched as Long Yun rode his mount back. Seeing that she did not bring Long Fei back, his face revealed a pleased smile. Seems like that trash of a kid died inside, humph. This is your life. Long Lei had a smile on his face as he muttered, Long Zhanting, that year, you caused junior sister Yun to feel heartbroken. Now that your son has died within the hundreds of thousands of barren mountains, all of this is heaven's punishment for you. Bang bang bang. The moment Long Yun entered Wulong Valley, he immediately sounded his battle drum. Long Lei's face darkened and immediately jumped down from the crouching dragon hill. Who is ringing the drums? What happened? What's going on? Why is the war drum ringing? General Long Yun has returned. Sleeping Dragon Valley Chamber. Long Yun told them everything he had seen. Long Lei said slightly, General Yun, you're saying that the kid isn't dead yet? Right now, he was only concerned about Long Fei's life and death. Long Yun frowned, saying, General Lei, are you disappointed that Long Fei did not die? At this time, the most important thing is to mobilize the Long family's troops against the enemy. Long Lei's eyes narrowed and laughed faintly. The scene from 16 years ago repeated itself. The last time was because of Long Zhanting, and this time was because of his son. Humph, Long Yun, have you forgotten the punishment we gave you last time? Last time, Long Yun lied and reported the military intelligence in order to save Long Zhanting. At that time, in her heart there was only Long Zhanting. As long as she could save him, she could pay with her life. That time, she had been imprisoned by 300 men for half a year. However, she had never regretted it. Long Yun was startled. He looked at Long Lei and said, You think that I would lie and report military affairs for Long Fei once again? Isn't it? Long Lei glared at him, his aura becoming extremely unyielding. Long Yun, I will definitely not fight this time. Long Yun looked at Long Lei and Long Feng and shook his head. None of them believed her. Plop! Long Yun immediately knelt down and said, 3 senior fellow apprentices, I swear on my life that this time I will not lie about the military affairs. Demon Army's 100,000 people are about to arrive at the Fierce Tiger Pass. Our defense is still in a rush. By the time they enter the Fierce Tiger Pass, it will be too late. Humph! It's this move again. Long Lei's heart ached, and with a disdainful sneer on his face, he said, Last time you knelt in front of the old general for Long Zhanting, and not long ago for Long Fei, and now you're still like this. Long Yun, are your knees really that worthless? Don't forget, you're the Long family's soldier. Long Lei's voice was like thunder. Long Yun laughed bitterly. Are the 3 senior fellow apprentices really not willing to join? The 3 of them did not speak. Long Lei said, Junior sister apprentice, it's not that we are unwilling to join, but the Long family army would not do it just for a useless soldier, don't you understand that? Suddenly, Long Yun suddenly stood up and shouted, Long Lei, you repeatedly say that Long Fei is trash, but do you have trash veins such as his tendons, broken pubes, and the dragon blood that he drew out? Can you still cultivate and break through? Can he still break through to the war spirit realm in less than a year? Can we still go deeper into the Fire Glass Mountain range to find the Dragon Salyer? Can you? I'm just asking you, can you? Long Yun's voice was extremely forceful. Every sentence he spoke, he took a step forward, and with every step he spoke, he forced Long Lei to take a step forward. Word for word. Long Lei clenched his fists tightly, clenching his teeth noisily. His anger surged up as he shouted, Long Yun, if he wasn't Long Zhanting's son, would you still use Yun Long Army as your guarantor? Will you still kneel down and beg us? So what if he isn't trash? Just based on his negative activation to dragon blood alone, he doesn't have the qualifications to become a divine dragon marquis, much less be in charge of the Long family's army. I will not fight for him. Long Lei had always looked down on Long Fei in his heart, but because of the negative activation to dragon blood, Long Fei was destined to not have the qualifications to do so. All right. You are noble and smart. If you don't send out your troops, you can. I, Long Yun, will send troops. Suddenly, Long Yun's expression turned cold as he strode out of the meeting hall. Long Lei heavily shouted, Long Yun, do you know the consequences of your actions? Stop right there. Did you hear what I said? I told you to stop. Long Yun completely ignored him, stepping on his horse and rushing towards the Yun Long army's camp area. A few minutes later, the entire Yun Long army was out, 8,000 war cavalry, swiftly heading to the Fierce Tiger Pass. In the meeting room, Long Lei asked with a slight smile, Big brother, could it be true this time? Long Lei laughed. Long Yun only wants to save Long Fei. If she wants to save him, then let her save him. Humph. Like father, like son. Long Fei, you're dead this time. The 5th chapter was delivered. Once again, it was 5 chapters. Please download, please download. Brothers, all of you can help download, please. 8_8419/2356454. From the beginning, Long Lei did not send any troop. From the beginning, Long Lei did not send any troop. There was no need for him to gather any troops. At the same time, he was waiting for Long Yun to bring the dying Long Fei back, waiting for her to kneel in front of him and apologize. He believed it. He was right. And then there was Long Fei. After walking for an entire day and night, suddenly, Xiao Bai's idea sent a sound transmission to him and shouted, Master, something's wrong. Long Fei's expression immediately tensed up. She pulled the leopard girl behind her and whispered, Something's wrong. Xiao Bai continued to speak. In front of us is a huge dark lake, and there is an extremely huge aura coming from the lake, and also, I think. He seems to have been discovered. Huh! The dark lake? A huge aura? Long Fei's heart thumped once, and he immediately thought of that huge eye. His heart shivered and he said, "It's a dragon?" The leopard girl stared at Long Fei and said, "Big brother Long Fei, has the evil ancestor appeared yet? Stay here and don't move. I'll go ahead and scout." Long Fei said. No matter if it was an evil ancestor or a giant dragon, they had to get the dragon blood the moment they came. All the fur on Xiao Bai's body stood up straight like steel needles. He had never done this before. His expression was extremely nervous as he let out a low roar. Long Fei slowly moved forward and according to Xiao Bai's instructions, he quickly found the hidden lake. Is this the place? Yes. Master, don't go down. Xiao Bai reminded. Its aura is too strong. I have never felt such a powerful aura before. Even when facing Xiao Wudi, there were no strong practitioners from the Nan Gong family. Huff! Long Fei exhaled, looked at the lake's surface and coldly said, "You should have sensed me by now. Since that's the case, come out and meet me." Huh! Master, are you crazy? Without waiting for Long Fei's control, Xiao Bai immediately rushed out of the war pet space, and stood beside Long Fei. His body also released an incomparably strong aura. This was the aura of a divine beast. Two eyes locked onto the surface of the lake and said to Long Fei, "Master, wait, hide behind me. This guy is not normal." Walala! 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 The surface of the lake suddenly began to churn. In an instant, the calm surface of the lake shook, causing the entire lake to become abnormally restless. Boom! Boom! A huge black body stood up, and when it stood up, the lake water was halfway down. The moment his body stood up, his two golden eyes stared straight at Long Fei. Human? Dragon! An incomparably huge dragon! A dragon in the Western world! Long Fei trembled with excitement, looking at the huge dragon in the middle of the lake. He was incomparably moved. "Grandfather can be saved, ha ha ha." Long Fei said straightforwardly, "I need your dragon blood, can you give it to?" Not waiting for him to finish. Rumble! The colossal dragon's Adam's apple was rolling and rolling in a fiery red color. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei suddenly roared out, "He's going to shoot fire." Long Fei carried Xiao Bai and jumped into the lake. Rumble! Rumble! Flames sprayed out. The entire cave was illuminated as if it was daytime. Moreover, the rocks were burnt and melted. This flame, it was simply comparable to a Samisen true fire. Too strong. Invincible power. This was the might of a dragon. An existence that could not be matched. "You want my dragon blood?" "More." The sound of the colossal dragon shook the cave, causing the rocks at the top of the cave to fall and smash into the surface of the lake piece by piece. Long Fei threw Xiao Bai onto the shore and stared at the gigantic dragon. "I am discussing with you, you motherf ***, king, don't anger me. Shall we?" Suddenly, the colossal dragon took a sip of water. "Then let's discuss it." When the water entered his throat, what came out was an ice sword. Countless ice swords came out, forming a rain of swords, sealing off all of Long Fei's paths. Ice element? Fire element? Ice and fire dual dragon? Long Fei became even more excited. Dragons with attributes were already extremely powerful, while dragons with double elements were even more powerful. However, facing the 10,000 ice swords shooting out, Long Fei wanted to move and summon his dragon Salyer. Xiao Bai suddenly shouted loudly, "Master, let me protect you!" Roar! With a wolf's howl, Xiao Bai's body suddenly grew larger, and directly blocked in front of Long Fei, using his flesh to resist the ice sword. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Xiao Bai's body kept on blocking the ice sword, and at the same time, fresh blood flowed down, as the ice sword pierced through his entire body. Roar! 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 Xiao Bai bared his fangs, stared at the gigantic dragon, his eyes sinister as he bellowed. "It's just a giant lizard, is it impressive? My master thinks highly of you if he wants your blood. Don't be so King shameless." His aura was majestic and powerful. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Even Long Fei was a little dumbfounded. He was in the lake, and Xiao Bai was in the lake as well, but he was standing on all fours on the surface of the lake. He didn't sink at all. This required an extremely powerful amount of energy to support it, and why did Xiao Bai suddenly become so big? Could it be? Did he level up? Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. The ice fire dragon stared at Xiao Bai and sneered. "I am a lizard, then what are you? Poor human pet dog?" As soon as his voice faded, the dragon's throat spouted out once again. Xiao Bai's eyes became tight and he roared out, "You still dare to spew fire?" Boom! Xiao Bai's footsteps moved, forming a series of ripples around his body. The ripples spread out, then began to converge, and slowly became a huge wave that reached the sky. From within the huge waves, an incomparably large wolf god rushed out, directly pouncing towards the ice-fire dragon. Roar! Boom! The two forces collided and wreaked havoc in the cave. The entire cave rumbled and countless rocks tumbled down, as if the mountain was about to collapse. Long Fei was stunned. Holy sh*t. This is the King true skill. Long Fei looked at the wolf god that was made of water, and his heart trembled. At the same time, he looked at the ice-fire dragon through the system. Demonic beast, ice-fire dragon, seal, race, dragon attribute, ice and fire duo type damage, defense, health, description. The evil dragon of the seal in the great desolate mountain. Holy sh*t. Defense, damage, and health are all questions. What the hell is this? Long Fei was puzzled. He still wanted to understand the attributes of the ice-fire dragon, but he didn't expect that they were all question marks. At the same time, Long Fei looked at the description. Among the great evil dragons of the seal in the great desolate mountain range, who has the ability to put a dragon's seal here? The dragon race is the supreme existence in the sky martial continent. This is too strong. Why is the seal here? Bang bang bang. Xiao Bai's wolf god and the ice-fire dragon were still fighting. At this moment, the leopard girl walked to the other side of the lake. The first chapter was sent. Thank you Zhuge Luyun, insolent scholar, Li Juanxiang, nameless, gorgeous, dazzling, dark god, pitiful sky demon, dreaming young man, sword demon, a life editor, working on the windowsill only for typhoon, leaves chasing the wind, blood dream tears, only I, the one who is not drunk at night, the prince of hell, angel, wind and rain, 0467, Zhao Ziyu, the young master, I have been handsome for 9 lifetimes, and I have been waiting for your update, so I have no life. The ice-fire dragon was too strong. The ice-fire dragon was too strong. Xiao Bai could only barely hang on. He was just a baby divine beast, and his realm was completely inferior to that of an ice-fire dragon. Being able to withstand an attack from an ice-fire dragon was already quite a formidable existence. This was also the power of a divine beast. But his energy was running out quickly and he could no longer hold on. However, Xiao Bai was someone who could not accept defeat. Long Fei wanted to understand the ice-fire dragon through the system, but the current system's description of the ice-fire dragon was too little. Just when he was at a loss, seeing the leopard girl walk to the other side of the lake all by herself, Long Fei couldn't help but yell loudly, "Leopard girl, be careful, you should quickly go back." The leopard girl acted as if she did not hear anything as she walked towards a large stone monument and knelt down abruptly while mumbling something. At this moment, the fire and ice dragons suddenly became frantic. Roar! Roar! He roared continuously, turned his body, and swept out with his 2 huge wings. Damned demon clan, go to hell! Rumble! Its wings sliced through the air, sweeping towards the leopard girl. Long Fei clenched his teeth. Whoever touches my woman dies. Dragon Salyer. Buzz. Long Fei grabbed onto Dragon Salyer and raised his speed to the maximum. Ripple tiny steps. Whoosh! He rushed out and shouted at Xiao Bai, "Stop him!" Xiao Bai also roared, as the gigantic water wolf god clawed down fiercely with both of his claws. Bam! Rumble! The wolf god was cut open. The ice fire dragon was enraged. It was as if someone had touched his reverse scale and was incomparably furious. "Master!" Xiao Bai cried out in alarm. At this time, Long Fei had already arrived beside the leopard girl with the dragon Salyer and his gaze locked onto her. Buzz buzz buzz! The dragon Salyer began to burn. Dragon Salyer technique. Skin open, tendons broken, bones broken. 7 moves were released in an instant and the saber chi surged. Long Fei did not stop. With both hands on his blade, he raised it up fiercely. Gale slash. Flaming saber chi swept out. However, when the blade energy clashed with the giant dragon's wings, it was instantly crushed. Although it dealt a 5-digit amount of damage, it was completely useless. Ice Fire Dragon's HP. 10 million points. 5-figure damage was like a drop in the bucket. It was completely useless. Moreover, the Ice Fire Dragon became even more furious. Dragon Salyer technique. Then, you people of the Long family should die. Boom! Hurricane cut. Long Fei released the second layer of blade aura, causing another huge amount of damage. Still no use. No matter how strong the dragon race's defense was, it was useless. The dragon Salyer ignored the dragon race's defense. The combination of the dragon Salyer technique was incomparably sharp. But the dragon race's health was too thick, and Long Fei's level was too low. He had no way to completely unleash the power of the dragon Salyer, and this was only the dragon slaying saber, which greatly reduced its damage. It's useless. The Ice Fire Dragon roared and slashed down with its wings. Long Fei gave up on his remaining dragon chop, because he knew that it was completely useless and he was unable to block the attacks of the Ice Fire Dragon. Protect the leopard girl, use your body to block in front of her. When the blade-like wings of the Ice Fire Dragon were still 3 centimeters away from Long Fei, the leopard girl sprinkled a drop of her blood onto the stone tablet. Buzz buzz buzz! Buzz buzz buzz! In that instant, the dust on the stone tablet fell, and countless strange spell symbols were revealed. When those spell symbols absorbed the blood essence of the leopard girl, a strong power burst out. At this moment, a huge chain underneath the stone tablet flew up with a walala sound. The other end of the chain penetrated through the colossal dragon's joints and locked him down. The power of the rune on the stone tablet shook. The incredibly thick chains made of black gold fiercely pulled the Ice Fire Dragon and sent it flying. Boom! Smashing against the wall, a bright red damage was marked on the top of his head, so strong that it exploded on the surface. Long Fei was stunned. The leopard girl also stood up. Looking at the faraway ice and fire dragon that was crying miserably in pain, she said softly, "Can you not hurt Big Brother Long Fei?" Roar! The eyes of the Ice Fire Dragon turned sinister. The instant it cried out in pain, it pounced once more and roared, "I want you dead!" An even more powerful dragon power burst out. The leopard girl frowned. At that moment, the power on her body resonated with the power on the stone tablet, and the runes on the stone tablet flew to her body one by one and entered her body. Boom! The chains suddenly coiled around and once again lashed out at the Ice Fire Dragon, sending it flying in the air in an instant. He hit the stone wall again. A 6-figure critical hit. Too fierce. Long Fei was speechless as he looked at the leopard girl. He had never thought that the leopard girl would be so ferocious. What kind of power did she possess? Not really. Was that dragon the evil ancestor? Why did he treat his evil ancestor like this? All of a sudden, Long Fei could not understand the leopard girl. The leopard girl knew that Long Fei's heart was filled with questions. She turned around and laughed. Big brother Long Fei, actually. I am the demonic enchantress, and only when I saw this stone tablet did I realize that I was the holy maiden. I'm not trying to lie to you. She looked anxious, as if she was afraid Long Fei would misunderstand. At this moment, the demonic saintess. Bam! The ice-fire dragon swept its wings across and bellowed, "It's your evil devil saintess ancestor that brought me, the seal, here. You should die, ah!" Boom! Because she was explaining it to Long Fei, the leopard girl's reaction was slower by half a minute. Be careful! Long Fei used his own body to block it. Bam! Bang! In the next moment, he was sent flying, smashing onto a wall tens of meters away. Long Fei coughed out fresh blood, his face extremely pale. Seeing that Long Fei was heavily injured, the leopard girl clenched her fists and stared at the ice-fire dragon with her beast-like eyes, roaring fiercely, "Ah!" Boom! 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 The inexhaustible power of the runes swirled crazily and continuously crushed the ice-fire dragon. The leopard girl was enraged. The golden chains whipped the ice-fire dragon fiercely, one to the left and one to the right. The ice-fire dragon was completely beaten up and had no strength left to retaliate. The rune power on the leopard girl's body had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was the power of the seal, the ice-fire dragon. Moreover, only the demonic saintess had the ability to activate the runes on the stone tablet. Only the demonic saintess could enter this place. That year, Long Fei's mother gave up entering here for Long Zhanting, and she did not obtain the power of the runes either. The leopard girl was suddenly in a mess. Long Fei climbed up with much difficulty and swallowed a highest-grade medicine powder. Looking at the huge dying dragon on the lake, Long Fei shouted, "Don't kill him first!" The leopard girl calmed down. http:// Long Fei walked in front of the huge dragon and arrogantly asked, "Can I have some dragon blood now?" Roar! The ice-fire dragon was extremely unhappy. Suddenly, Long Fei laughed sinisterly. "I don't want your dragon blood right now, I want you." The second chapter was delivered. 8_8419/2356456. I want you! I want you! Long Fei grinned and laughed excitedly. Crazy idea was born in his mind. This idea made his blood boil, making his blood boil. The leopard girl was stunned and said, "Big brother Long Fei, what do you want him to do?" "I want him to be my mount." Long Fei stared at the ice-fire dragon, his body releasing an extremely tyrannical qi, which was very strong. "Huh! Master! You!" The leopard girl and Xiao Bai were startled at the same time. He didn't quite understand. The huge dragon even roared angrily as it said with contempt, "Puny human, are you even fit to ride on my back? Not worthy." Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed out wildly and said to the leopard girl, "Let's see if he can still be so arrogant." Bam! As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, the leopard girl moved. The power of the runes on her body controlled the dark golden lock, and she smashed the ice-fire dragon fiercely onto a stone wall on the other side. Rumble! It was another critical hit. The fire and ice dragons had no temper whatsoever. Long Fei laughed proudly. "Are you qualified now?" "Hoo hoo hoo hoo." Fire spewed out of the ice-fire dragon's nose, its two golden eyes stared straight at Long Fei, and said solemnly, "Not worthy." Ouch! His temper is really bad. Long Fei slightly smiled, looked at the bloody groove on the head of the ice-fire dragon, and really wanted to see how irritable you were. Bam! Rumble! Bam! Rumble! Another 2 hits and another 6-figure critical hit. The ice-fire dragon was gravely injured and was in incomparable pain. It stared at Long Fei and shouted, "If you have the guts, try it yourself. If you want to ride on my body, see if you have the qualifications." He couldn't deal with the leopard girl, because, When the evil witch was using the seal, he had already set up some kind of restriction, and the power of the rune could cause a ton of damage to him. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Without any consideration, he stepped forward and said, "You think I'm afraid of you? Big brother Long Fei." The leopard girl began to worry. Xiao Bai also said, "Master, you are not his match." Long Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He said to the leopard girl, "Drag him to the shore." Dragons were the most arrogant creatures in the world. They were supreme existences, and would not yield to anyone, much less to humans. If they wanted to conquer a dragon, it would be extremely difficult, extremely difficult. However, Long Fei wanted to give it a try, because, once the ice-fire dragon submitted to him, he would be able to obtain an unlimited amount of dragon blood. Not only could it save his grandfather, it could also raise the dragon blood activation of the Long family warriors and the Long family soldiers. This way, the Long family's strength would skyrocket. At that time, in Fire Glass Dynasty, who would dare to harm the Long family? Even the Nangong Imperial clan had to behave themselves. If he killed the ice-fire dragon, he would only be able to save his grandfather at most if he obtained the dragon blood. This would be too much of a waste. Next, if the leopard girl wanted the ice-fire dragon to die, she would have the strength to kill it long ago. However, she didn't because he was kind. She didn't want to see the fire and ice dragon die. If he could conquer it, it would be the best choice. There was another reason, and that was the most important reason. Using a fire and ice dragon as a mount. Damn it, just thinking about it makes one feel like an incomparably eye-catching existence. Aren't all the women in Fire Glass City going to be bewitched to death? What a feeling! Wasn't Nangong Yen the one who caught up to the Heaven sect? Does Dongfang Jian have an ice-fire dragon as a mount? Isn't Zhuge Jianxiang very arrogant? 3 pillars. Didn't the Nangong family look down on Long Fei? Get a dragon to ride back and scare their ass off. Let them know that the Long family not only can kill a divine dragon, they can also control a giant dragon. Fighting against the Long family is courting death. Riding on the back of a giant dragon while hugging a girl, just how cool was this person? Just thinking about it, Long Fei felt energy in his body and thought in his heart, "This mount of yours, I will conquer it." He had to conquer it. Long Fei walked over step by step. The ice-fire dragon squinted its eyes, with a look of disdain in its eyes. It started to croak loudly. Its entire body was red. At any moment, it could use a fireball to attack Long Fei. The leopard girl was incomparably worried. A huge force faintly moved Xiao Bai's body. As long as there was an instant when the huge dragon attacked Long Fei, he would attack first. This was his trump card. "Kid, are you not afraid of death?" The dragon's voice was thick. His breath had already landed on Long Fei's face. The heat was unbearable. Long Fei continued to walk forward and said, "I'm afraid, I'm very afraid of death. I'm afraid that there is no one else in this world who is more afraid of death than me." "You're afraid of death and you still dare to come?" The huge dragon stared at Long Fei. Long Fei laughed and said, "It's precisely because I'm afraid of death that I dare to come, because I want to become stronger, and because you can make me stronger. Only by becoming the strongest can I not be afraid." "Why are you here at the seal?" "Because you're not strong enough. Speak out." The colossal dragon was enraged. "You are courting death." Flames were about to spew out of his throat. It was also at this time. The golden chains clanged together, and as long as the huge dragon dared to spit out its flame, the leopard girl would immediately send him flying. Long Fei said loudly, "Leopard girl, don't move, no matter what I do, you all don't move." The dark gold chain returned to the bottom of the lake. The huge dragon's eyes turned sinister. The flames had already reached his mouth and were about to come out. His flames could make Long Fei instantly turn into ashes. Long Fei stood in front of him, right beside his mouth. Looking at the huge dragon's head, which was filled with flames, he said, "I can bring you out of here." I can give you your freedom. I can let you live on arrogantly. 3 sentences, word for word. The eyes of the ice-fire dragon darkened. Looking at the human who was only at the war spirit realm, for some reason, his heart trembled. The flame was in his mouth. Spitting or not, Long Fei looked at him, his eyes unblinking, his body unmoving, waiting for his reply. He was gambling. Using his life to gamble. If the colossal dragon spits out flames, then he would lose. The price for that would be death. His palm was drenched in cold sweat, but Long Fei's heart was incomparably calm. He needed the huge dragon. The Long family needed it. For eyes met, and the huge dragon looked into Long Fei's eyes, trying to see through the youth in front of him. In the end, it swallowed its flames. A contemptuous voice rang and said, "Humph, who do you think you are? Do you mean to take me with you? If I could have left, would I have waited until now?" The colossal dragon stared at the huge stone tablet. He was a dragon that was tied to a stone tablet. He could only stay here for the rest of his life, and would never be able to escape. Long Fei smiled slightly. He walked to the side of the monument and used the power in his right arm. 3 minutes later, magic power of right hand. Boom! It directly caused the huge stone tablet to collapse. Equals half carat float hashtag life carat. Long Fei turned around and looked at the gigantic dragon. What about now? The moment the stone tablet collapsed, the ice-fire dragon suddenly stood up. The dragon's aura diffused outwards with incomparable intensity. He had lost the power that bound him. The 3rd chapter was delivered. This week, there were 3 chapters updated every day. The sea needed a script to hold back its big move, and next week would be a big burst. Please understand, brothers. Let's wait for next week's Berserk. 8_8419/2356457. Ice and Fire Twin Heavens. Ice and Fire Twin Heavens. The might of the fire dragon and the might of the ice dragon filled every corner of the cave. The current ice and fire dragon was completely different. He had lost his binding. The leopard girl was no longer able to harm him. With a sweep of the dragon's right foot, it drew out the golden chain. Flames spouted from its throat as it burned the chain to liquid iron. The chain on his right leg was broken. The colossal dragon roared towards the sky, its voice shaking the heavens. The dragon's might crushed everything in its path. His body also erupted with power, and with a move, the gigantic dragon head rushed straight for Xiang Longfei. Big Brother Long Fei. Master! Both the leopard girl and Xiao Bai shouted. Long Fei was still standing at his original position motionlessly, but this time he bet even more. His back was drenched in cold sweat and his palms were ice-cold, but Long Fei's heart was still as calm as before. The dragon head rushed towards him. It suddenly stopped half a meter away from him. "Are you really not afraid of death?" Long Fei laughed. "I've said this before, there is no one in this world who is more afraid of death than me, but what I'm most afraid of is not death, but weakness." The colossal dragon replied, "Right now, there is no power that can restrain me. There is no need for me to follow you." Long Fei laughed. "If you were to leave, you would have left long ago." "Huh!" The colossal dragon was slightly surprised. Actually, Long Fei was not an idiot. He would not break the power that was binding the ice-fire dragon, nor would he just stand there foolishly, waiting for the huge dragon to crush him. But, just as he was about to break the stone monument, a system notification rang out. Congratulations to the player Long Fei and the ice-fire dragon for establishing intimacy. The current intimacy is 1 point. The 1 point of intimacy was due to him talking about the giant dragon's heart. Thus, Long Fei decided to take a gamble. Break the stone tablet. He was very glad that he had won the bet. The moment the stone tablet was broken, his intimacy immediately soared to 90 points. What could 100 intimacy do? Beast mastery. The second realm was to establish friendship and use one's emotions to bind the dragon. This type of effect was stronger, and the strength of the dragon would also increase. There's still 10 points of intimacy left. How else can we do it? Long Fei kept thinking about this matter. The huge dragon acted as if he had seen through Long Fei and said, I know what you're thinking. Long Fei, if you want to become my master, then help me kill her. He stared. It was aimed directly at the leopard girl, the evil witch. The ice-fire dragon said darkly, If it weren't for her devil ancestor, I wouldn't have been imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years. I can promise you anything you want me to do for you, but you must kill her. The dragon's voice was firm. Moreover, his eyes were filled with hatred. Long Fei said without even thinking, Impossible, I don't care what grudge her ancestor has with you, but if you want to touch her, you can't. At this moment, Long Fei did not estimate any intimacy. Even if his intimacy dropped to 0, he would not act against the leopard girl, nor would he let the huge dragon attack her. The colossal dragon was enraged and growled, Then you will die with her. Suddenly, the colossal dragon raged. Long Fei clenched his dragon salyer tightly and stood in front of the leopard girl, blocking her way. Then let's fight. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. If they couldn't subdue it, then let's fight. His killing intent surged. His battle chi soared. However, at this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei and Ice Fire Draconic Dragon for increasing their intimacy by 100 points. Their current intimacy is at 100 points. It was also at this time. The figure looked at Long Fei, then looked at the leopard girl and slowly said, I had always thought that the one who would remove the ice and fire draconic beast would be us, the evil demon race. I never thought that it would be a human, or even the members of the Long family, that killed the dragon god. And then, the mysterious man looked at the leopard girl and said indifferently, Child, you have inherited the power of the evil devil rune seal. From today onwards, you are the evil devil saintess, and with the power of the seal, no living being in this world will be able to escape from the power of your seal. The leopard girl knelt on the ground and kowtowed as she said, Disciple will remember the ancestors' words. The mysterious man faintly smiled and said, I still need to thank you. Thank you for freeing me. It's been tens of thousands of years, it's time for me to leave this place. He said to Long Fei, You are the most responsible man I have ever seen. You are not afraid of death nor coercion, and you can bear everything for the woman you love, including death. You have to treat her well. She can put you at a whole new height. Long Fei also said, I will. The shadow slowly disappeared. The ice-fire dragon's body continuously curled up. At the beginning, it was only a dozen meters tall, but now it was only a few meters tall. The aura on its body also gradually weakened. His body curled up into a ball, and he seemed to be sleeping soundly. Long Fei was shocked and thought, could this be what he looked like when he was surrounded by the seal at that time? And it's an underage fire dragon? Never mind that. Long Fei opened his right hand, and gently placed it on the head of the ice-fire dragon. The idea moved, beast mastery. A network of idea entered the mind of the ice-fire dragon. Buzz. Ding. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for summoning it. The ice-fire dragon slightly opened its eyes, its golden eyes looked at Long Fei, and it grinned at him while revealing its dragon teeth. Master. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the title of Dragon Knight. You have obtained experience points, true breath points, credit point. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for receiving the reward. Check it out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the joint attack skill Ice and Fire 9 Heavens. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for training Ice and Fire 9 Heavens. Skill path. Ice and Fire 9 Heavens, combo skill, grade. Divine level consumption. 10,000 points for level 1, 20,000 points for level 2. continuously superimposing. Damage. 9 stars ultimate skill. 5% chance of killing, level 2 increases by 5%, highest level 45% chance of killing in a second. Once touched by any expert below War Emperor, they can all be killed in an instant. Description: Ice and Fire 9 Heavens is a joint attack skill. It can only be released by communicating with the Ice-Fire Dragon. What the hell? Awesome! Too awesome! Long Fei was excited. He was extremely excited. This skill was too powerful. He could instantly kill all the experts in the War Emperor realm. Haha. This is great. Alright. Long Fei looked at the Ice-Fire Dragon and laughed excitedly. Now that you're my mount, let me experience your Ice-Fire Dragon's might. At this moment, Baidu search. Half afloat Xiao Wudi's demon army was already close to the fierce Tiger Pass. Xiao Wudi waved his staff. Kill! The fierce Tiger Pass was in danger. The first chapter was sent. Thank you for your decision. I alone, rolling away, Dark God Horse, Ink, Loach, Wolf God, and Elder Brother has come online, lifeless, dreamless, broken, black, 835, Qing Qing, Xian, to whom did I humble myself give, Siqin, Xiao Yao, the pitiful sky demon, depressing choice. I, Zhao Zilong, was also the commander of the 9th reincarnation, a dejected choice, the leaf of chasing wind chasing, a free swim, love you. What are you trying to do, Sugua, Tanwei, Elder Brother Qinglin, Xiao Yao, O252, Long Hun, an Mo Mei Ho, and all sorts of playthings. 8_8419/2356458. Roar! Roar! Let me see your fire dragon's might. Boom! The Ice-Fire Dragon broke through the mountain and shot out from the rubble into the sky like a fighter jet. Wow! Long Fei could not help but become excited. This is too good. Another one with high difficulty. Master, you are done. When the giant Long Fei of ice and fire reached a certain height, he folded his wings and suddenly dropped down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk it pierced through the clouds and descended in a straight line. Violent winds howled by his ears with incomparable speed. The leopard girl closed her eyes tightly and hugged onto Long Fei's body tenaciously. Riding a dragon and courting a girl. Long Fei roared out in his heart, "Fuck, who else is there?" It felt great. The Ice-Fire Dragon fell close to the leaves and flipped its body over. Its eyes widened and it suddenly stirred. Boom! He once again flew into the sky and into the cloud. It was sunrise. Long Fei stood on the dragon's back while hugging the leopard girl, and watched the sunrise with incomparable satisfaction. This feeling was impossible to imagine in his previous life, and now it was fully realized. Very happily, Long Fei thought to himself at the same time, I will become stronger, I must protect all of this, I want to stand at the peak of this world. Ice and fire. Now, it's time to display your might. Long Fei moved, it could fly, but it was useless. He had to kill monsters, this was a mount. Yes, sir. He retracted his wings, allowing the flames and ice to dive down. The monsters in the dense forest were fleeing in all directions, as if they had seen a ghost. The tyrannical power of the dragon was too brutal for them, they had no way to resist at all. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from Binghua's throat and red flames sprayed out. Rumble. Wherever the flames went, not a single blade of grass grew. Ding. Congratulations player Long Fei for killing the blazing dog. Obtained 1022 experience points, 100 true breath, and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 1 point of fire essence chi. Ding. Congratulations player Long Fei for killing a conflagration ape to obtain 1500 experience points, 200 true breath, and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 1 point of fire essence chi. Ding. Ding ding ding. The system beep was like firecrackers, crackling continuously. This feeling was too good. Moreover, many of the beasts that were instantly killed were three-rate monster and beast. Savage. How domineering! Ha ha ha! Long Fei watched as his experience flew up. He became excited. In the future, with this guy, wouldn't I be leveling up like a rocket? At the same time, Long Fei opened up the mount system and looked at the attributes of the Ice-Fire Dragon. Mount: Ice and Fire Giant Dragon Grade, Divine Level 5 Description: Possesses 2 skills, Ice Element, Myriad Swords Piercing Heart, Fire Element and Wildfire Prairie. Possesses a combined attack skill, Ice and Fire 9 Heavens. Currently, his strength can only release the first level. Description 2. Ice and Fire Dragons require the absorption of ice and fire to level up. Description 3. Duration of 2 hours per day. After that, the user will return to the space within the mount. If he forcibly flies, his speed and strength, his attack will be greatly reduced and his profound chi will be weakened until his death. Long Fei's heart trembled. A mount with 3 attacks, an existence above the divine rank, but this fire and ice is only rank 5. Obviously, the giant ice-fire dragon in the cave was a full-fledged dragon. The might that it unleashed was its true might. Currently, the ice and fire beast were still at the young beast stage, so they were unable to release such a strong dragon's might. However, this was enough to draw the limelight, instantly killing the 3-rate monster and beast. To Long Fei, the 3-rate monster and beast could satisfy his needs to level up. However, 2 hours a day was a bit short. If such a domineering mount could be pulled out at any time, how cool would that be? The 3 pillars is awesome? The Nangong Imperial clan was arrogant? The Ice-Fire Dragon was able to grind the feces on their butts and spit them out. Continue to kill. Yes, sir. War Pet Space was sullen. Humph. What's the big deal, isn't it just flying? When I reach level 5, I can also fly. Humph. Wait. I want to break through, I want to break through, I want to break through quickly. From the moment the Ice-Fire Dragon became Long Fei's mount, Xiaobai had been a little jealous. At the same time, he also became serious. He felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He needed to quickly break through, and only then would he be able to receive Long Fei's love. Xiaobai muttered, "I'm going to train like crazy." Long Fei held back his laughter and said, "Then cultivate." Xiaobai said, "Even I would be afraid if I were to go crazy." Long Fei said, "Then why don't you try and see for yourself?" "Master, just you wait for me to explode." Humph. Xiaobai closed his eyes and did not speak any further. Long Fei was grinning from ear to ear and thought to himself, "I never thought that the appearance of ice and fire could actually provoke Xiaobai. It seems like there was a good saying in my previous life, only when there is competition will there be pressure." Actually, in terms of overall strength, Xiaobai was above the fire and ice. Especially after Xiaobai had broken through to the 2nd level, the aura exuded from his body was extremely powerful. Summoning the wolf god to fight was something that Long Fei had never thought of before. To be able to summon the wolf god at the 2nd level, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to defy the heavens after breaking through a few levels? Got it. We'll have to play in the future. Long Fei laughed excitedly, commanding his ice and fire. He roared, "Charge!" 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, War Spirit level 6. It leveled up. Long Fei closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He could feel the power of the 6th level of War Spirit, and at the same time, could feel his attributes recovering completely. The feeling of his injuries healing was just too wonderful. The fire and ice entered the space within the mount to rest. Long Fei did not rest and said, "Now it's my turn to hunt. The leopard girl. Since you're here, come with me. I'm going to hunt demon beasts for breakthroughs." Long Fei looked at the leopard girl. He did not want to make things difficult for her. The leopard girl was too kind. The leopard girl hesitated for a moment, then giggled and said, "You are my husband, so of course I have to follow you. Big brother Long Fei, you won't throw me away, right?" "Huh!" Long Fei held the leopard girl in his embrace and said, "Silly girl, what are you talking about? If you lose the entire world, I won't lose you." Ugh! When the leopard girl heard this, she was moved to a complete mess. Seeing her moved appearance, Long Fei secretly rejoiced in his heart, and said, "Seems like the novels I read in my previous life were still of some use. At least I learnt a few lines to flirt with girls." And then, Long Fei immediately summoned his dragon Salyer, smiled slightly, and said, "All right, then follow me closely, I'm going to start killing now." Chapter 2. Table of Contents 8_8419/2356459. In another place, the fierce tiger pass was lost. Corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like a river. For an entire 2 days and 2 nights, 100,000 demon armies fought with their lives on the line to defend against Xiao Wudi and 100,000 demon armies. Demon army also lost soldiers, and the casualties became even more severe. However, this time, Xiao Wudi was determined to kill off the Long family's army. At the same time, he discovered that of the 4 main camps of the Long family, only the Yun Long army was resisting. He didn't know what was happening inside the Long family's army, but this gave him hope. An even crazier attack. In the early morning of the 3rd day, they finally broke through the fierce Tiger Pass and captured Long Yun and more than 1,000 disabled Yun Long armies alive. A little rest. Xiao Wudi did not stop. In these 2 days and 2 nights, Long Lei did not send any reinforcements. He didn't even send a single scout. Sleeping Dragon Valley. Silence. There were only a few patrolling guards, and many of them were chatting merrily around the bonfire. General Long Yun has brought 8,000 Yun Long armies to the depths of the Great Wastelands Mountain. It's been 2 days, but there's still not a single piece of news. Could something have happened? 16 years ago, the demon army was beaten up by the Long family's army until they couldn't recover. Have you seen the demons invading the borders all these years? Even if they had 10 times the guts, they wouldn't dare. I heard that General Long Yun dispatched troops for the sake of Long Fei. The last time was because of Long Fei's father, and this time was because of this young master trash. General Long Yun really owes the Long family a debt in his previous life. That's right. It was in vain for our great general to like her so much. This time, regardless of whether she saves Long Fei or not, she will still be punished. Furthermore, that brat Long Fei will definitely not be able to complete the assessment, and her position as the general of the Yun Long army will also be removed. Do you think Long Fei can complete the assessment? Ha ha! Just him, a waste of negative activation to dragon blood, could complete the examination? Don't joke around. When did such trash appear in the Long family? That's right. If he can complete the most difficult exam, I'll write down his name. The entire military camp had been discussing this matter these past few days. Seeing that a month was up, without any news from Long Fei, it was clear that the mission's failure was already a foregone conclusion. Long Fei had been killed by the demons long ago, or maybe he was swallowed by beasts. If it wasn't deliberately mentioned, nobody would think of Long Fei at all. Within the camp of the Dragon Mountain Valley's main commander. Relying on his tea, Long Lei was slightly intoxicated as he thought proudly in his heart, Sister Yun, one day I will get you, ha. Casual. In his opinion, a woman should be taught by her husband and shouldn't stay in the military camp. Women are naturally soft-hearted. Last time, for Long Zhanting, this time, for Long Fei, this was the most unpleasant thing to Long Lei. No matter what. This time, he would not send out a single soldier. Long Yun, this time. Hee. I want you to kneel in front of my bed and beg me, and then. Ha ha. Long Lei laughed excitedly. He had waited for a whole 20 years for a woman, and he had even known Long Yun before Long Zhanting, but, from beginning to end, Long Yun did not even glance at him once, and in her heart, there was only Long Zhanting. His patience waned. After Long Fei appeared, Long Yun became abnormal, causing the trace of patience in his heart to lose. Since it was like this, he needed to use some method. Moreover, he didn't care about that much now. Since he couldn't wait, he might as well use the stronger one. The corner of Long Lei's mouth couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. Junior Sister Yin, wait for you to take off all your clothes and stand in front of me, ha ha. At this moment, bang bang bang, Meng Yu's footsteps were like thunder as he hurriedly rushed into the Thunder Dragon's tent. Long Lei stared at him and bellowed fiercely, Meng Yu, you are becoming more and more lawless. Meng Yu's face was anxious, but he did not care too much as he said, Great General, the demon army has pressed on, and will soon surround the entire Dragon Reaches Valley. How dare you! Long Lei grabbed a good blue and white porcelain teacup and threw it at Meng Yu's feet. He shouted angrily, Are you the same as Long Yun? If you lie and report the military intelligence, you can be punished with death for your crimes. The teacup flew in all directions, and the magnetic tile carved a line of blood on Meng Yu's face. His entire life was given to him by the Long family army. Even if he had to take his life, he wouldn't frown even if he had to, so he kneeled down heavily and said, Great General, I didn't lie to you. General Long Yun also didn't lie to you. My Black Tiger Pioneer Camp. Long Lei kicked down and shouted, Who let you send out your troops? Meng Yu, you sure have a lot of guts. Meng Yu's abdomen was hit, causing extreme pain. He could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood and said, Great General, I sent out my troops on my own. I can receive whatever punishment you want, but Demon Army is about to surround Dragon Mountain Valley. Long Lei simply could not believe it, as both his eyes stared coldly at Meng Yu and said, What benefits did Long Yun give you in the end? You actually lied to me and sent troops? Humph! Junior Sister Apprentice, I really did not think that you would have a way to tame even my subordinates. I have really underestimated you. Long Lei laughed coldly. Meng Yu was pained and anxiously said, Great General, the demon army is about to arrive. I beg you to give the order to defend, if not, it will be too late. General, I really don't have any relationship with General Long Yun. Great General. Long Lei kicked him again and said, You don't have any connections? Meng Yu, do you think I don't know? Long Yun saw you before when he left Dragon Valley. Do you think I don't know anything? He was a great general in Wulong Valley, so it was easy to investigate. Meng Yu was startled and anxiously tried to defend himself. Great General, General Long just asked me to apologize to you. I have something to take care of these past few days. I did not have the time to tell you. Ha ha ha! Long Lei sneered. Apologize to me? I know Long Yun's personality very well. Even if she knew it was wrong, she wouldn't apologize in front of me, so why did she ask you to pass it on to her? Meng Yu, do you really think I'm an idiot? It was difficult to tell from mouth, but Meng Yu's heart was aching as though he was dying. He laughed bitterly. It's over, the Long family army is going to be finished. Deceiving the masses. You're courting death. With difficulty, he crawled up from the ground. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at Long Lei and said, General, the Long family army is the Long family's, not yours. If you don't want to defend, then I'll go. Finished. Meng Yu wiped the blood off his mouth and walked out of the tent. Half a minute later. Pioneer Camp, attack. Meng Yu's prestige in the Pioneer Camp was extremely high. Even without the general's order, many people still followed him, and they had all seen the demon army with their own eyes. Meng Yu waved his hands, and all the black armored warriors of Pioneer Camp took action. The war horse hissed and roared. Pavilion C at this moment. Xiao Wudi's demon army was less than 5 kilometers away from Dragon Mountain Valley. Long Lei had never even thought of defending. because he simply did not believe that the demon army could press him to the ground. The third chapter was sent over. Those brothers that hadn't downloaded it yet all helped to download it. Hai Yang was really holding back. Everyone patiently waited. Next week, he would continuously go berserk. Table of Contents 8_8419/2356460. The Long family army was in danger. The Long family army was in danger. Long Fei was completely unaware. Late at night, Long Fei continuously searched for demon beasts to hunt. At this moment, he had already entered the deepest part of the great desolate mountain range, which was also the most dangerous place. He had to kill 1 5-level monster and 10 4-rating monster and beasts in order to complete the examination. As for Long Fei, he had already collected all of them. Now, only 5-level monster and 4-rating monster and beasts remained. Moreover, calculating the time, tomorrow would be the last day. It must be completed on this last day. Suddenly, the leopard girl said in a low voice, "Big brother Long Fei, there's a dangerous aura approaching." Not waiting for her to finish. Boom! An earth-violent bear roared and stood up. Its paws struck down fiercely and its claws cut through the air. His strength was abnormally strong. The leopard girl, Long Fei shouted, his body sinking into the ground. He leaped up fiercely and stepped on the big tree, then leaped up again, rippled tiny steps. Shwa! Flashing, with both hands gripping the dragon salyer, he slashed at the violent bear. "Open your skin!" Boom! Fire blade chi was released, the dragon salyer was burning and it slashed down. The earth-violent bear's right arm was placed horizontally above its head. Slashing open the flesh, a scarlet number floated above the head of the earth-violent bear. At the same time, the attributes of the earth-violent bear were revealed. Beast, earth-violent bear grade, peak rank 4 damage, 4.5 stars defense, 4.5 stars description, possesses the power of the earth. Possesses the ability to split the earth with the power of the earth, causing tremors akin to a magnitude 6 earthquake. Huh! Long Fei was startled. Judging from the system's description, it should be a top-tier beast, then that's even more so the case. He chopped down with his blade. With a wave of the left arm of the earth-violent bear, Long Fei was swept out. Long Fei's body flew across the air, smashing a large tree into two. He crawled up from within the ruins and muttered, "Such powerful strength, if it wasn't for 2 layers of defense, I would have burped." At this moment, both of the earth-violent bear's hands formed a fist and raised it into the air, hammering down hard at the ground. At the same time, it roared towards the sky. Shocking force. Immediately, Long Fei shouted at the leopard girl, "Leopard girl!" The leopard girl had an agile figure. She gripped her hands in the air, and a javelin covered in runes appeared in her hands. She then shot it out explosively. At the same time, Long Fei withdrew his dragon salyer, lowered his right arm, and activated his divine power. Before the earth-violent bear's fists could hit the ground, it jumped up and raised its fist. Right arm's godly strength. Boom! It struck the ground right at the violent bear's lower jaw. Divine power exploded. After sending its huge body flying, Long Fei stepped on the violent bear's body and leapt into the air. The shadow of the large power King Kong ape superimposed over Long Fei's body, and at the same time, he hugged onto it and smashed it down heavily. The second combo. Mountain hit fist. Rumble. It struck right on top of the earth-violent bear's head, causing its head to explode and crash heavily onto the ground. Ding! Interrupt him! The moment Long Fei smashed the earth-violent bear to the ground, the leopard girl's javelin arrived. Boom! A spear pierced through the violent bear's throat. Poochie! It was nailed to a big tree some distance away. The runes on the javelin absorbed the blood, and then it slowly disappeared into thin air. Symbol spear. This was the leopard girl's unique ability. After fusing with the power of the runes on the stone tablet, she was able to freely manipulate them. It was incomparably precise, and it was even an indicator of the limit. It directly dealt critical damage. Ding. Do you want to release striking attribute? Long Fei hesitated for half a second. No. The striking attribute was very important. He did not want to waste it on the beasts. He wanted to destroy the human-shaped boss Xiao Wudi. Only the humanoid boss could drop such a sharp item. Congratulations to player Long Fei for gaining EXP from killing the Earth Violent Bear. True Breath, 300 points. Energy, 1 point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the demonic core of the Earth Violent Bear. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the splitting pulse technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Huh! Long Fei was secretly shocked. They actually dropped a spirit demon core. Looks like the Earth Violent Bear is indeed a top-tier beast. Fuse. Naturally, the Earth-type monster core had to be fused. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully fusing. His mastery of the Earth element had increased by 10, and his comprehension of the splitting pulse technique by 50. Cultivate. It was only natural to cultivate the splitting mountain art and Long Fei thought about the method of fusing the splitting pulse technique with the combo attack, which also meant that it could achieve 3 moves in a row, which doubled the effect of the damage. Continue to kill. Long Fei did not stop. Rumble. Rumble. The heck. 4-rating monster and beasts is indeed abnormal. Long Fei sat on the body of a raging inferno demon ape and panted heavily. If it wasn't for the incomparably sharp dragon Salure S, it would really be difficult to kill. There are still 8 more to kill. Deep in the great desolate mountain range, powerful demonic beasts ran rampant. In just 3 short hours, Long Fei had already killed 10 4-rating monster and beasts. Right now, he was only 1 step away from completing the mission. Long Fei raised his head and consumed a healing pellet, and then a true pill. He examined the pill. He thought to himself, there are only 2 true pill left. The pills are completely insufficient. Next time when I return to the Fireglass City, I will need to buy more spirit herbs. Pills were red and blue. Without these 2 things it would be too difficult. The leopard girl leaned on Long Fei's back, sweating profusely as she said, Big brother Long Fei, I'm so tired. How about we end it here today? Her javelin was too powerful. Long Fei was reluctant in his heart, but he only had a few hours left. He had to rush back to Wulong Valley after dawn. He did not want to disappoint Auntie Long Yun. He didn't want to disappoint the Long family. He didn't want to disappoint his uncle and grandfather either. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and laughed. You stay here to rest, I will kill another one and then come back. The leopard girl immediately giggled and said, If big brother Long Fei wants to kill, I want to follow as well. Long Fei scratched the leopard girl's perky nose and said, It's all right, I don't want you to be too tired. The leopard girl laughed mischievously. Didn't you humans say that marrying a chicken will always be a chicken, and marrying dogs will always be a dog? No, no. Big brother Long Fei is not a chicken or dog. I'm going to follow you anyway. I'll follow you for the rest of my life, hee hee. With that, the leopard girl walked into the depths of the dark forest, jumping around in an extremely cute manner. Looking at the leopard girl's sexy figure, her mischievous smile, and that pampered body that was about to come out, Long Fei really wanted to pamper her a little. Huff! For the mission, I will endure. Long Fei smiled from the bottom of his heart and muttered, It's a matter of time anyway, why would I be in such a hurry, hee hee. Ah! Suddenly, the leopard girl screamed. Long Fei's eyes tightened and quickly rushed forward. It was also at this time. Pavilion C. Boom. The leopard girl was sent flying by a powerful force. At the same time, dust billowed in the air as the ground quaked with each step. 2 green eyes stared at Long Fei. Long Fei also raised his head and stared at it, a level 5 demon beast. Level 7. The 7 rating monster and beast. The first chapter was sent to thank you Shangguan Xiaolan, Xiewendong my little brother, Brother Zhou, 6901, Qingqing, Xian, Shilua, the Guardian Angel, Loach, Love and Hate Dilemma SK, Rolling Away, Dream Tai, Heaven Demon Pity, Chasing After the Wind Leaf, Shang Xin, The Young Man in the Dream, Blood Dream Tears, Haha, Squatting on the Street and Giving Rewards, Ocean Thank you everyone. Level 7. The 7 rating monster and beast. Level 7. The 7 rating monster and beast. Long Fei was immediately scared silly. Right now, he could barely deal with the 4 rating monster and beast. Even the 5 level monster wanted to risk their lives, and now a 7 rating monster and beasts had rushed out. Moreover, the flickering golden light from the 7 rating monster and beasts caused Long Fei to be unable to open his eyes. Boss! SS! It was several times stronger than the light of the large power King Kong ape. If I kill this guy, once I release the berserk energy. What the heck? Long Fei was almost unable to hold back his emotions. Explode it! In that instant, Long Fei made a decision and said to the leopard girl, "Fight!" The leopard girl crawled up, her gaze tensed, wanting to remind Long Fei that the beast was different. However, when she saw that Long Fei had already rushed forward, she immediately nodded her head, grabbed the air, and took out the rune spear, running towards the other side. Long Fei dragged the dragon Salyer with one hand and released the power of a Peak War Spirit level 6, causing his body's power to rise. The knife dragged the ground. Sparks flew in all directions as soon as the stone was touched. The scene was as if the barbarian king had broadened his sword. The blade was too heavy, Long Fei was unable to lift it with one hand, and could only drag it along the way. In an instant, Long Fei's right arm moved, right arm's god power. Buzz! From within his right arm exploded the angry roar of a large power King Kong ape. His entire right arm was trembling, and his strength was wreaking havoc as well. The 7 rating monster and beasts moved its body, it raised its gigantic foot and stomped down towards Long Fei's head. Big brother Long Fei. The leopard girl began to worry. Just now it was it that sent her flying. The impact was too great. Long Fei raised his eyes slightly, ripple stepping level, teleportation. Schwa! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at level 3. The true breath move. Long Fei's body fiercely flashed, and directly teleported over 10 meters away. This was the limit of teleportation, but this distance was not safe. The huge beast's foot slammed down, but the impact could still send him flying. However, Long Fei did not stop. With the support of his right leg, he suddenly jumped up, and the god power in his right arm was suddenly released. All of them rushed into the dragon Salyer. The dragon Salyer released a loud sound. The dragon Salyer technique's fire blade chi instantly ignited. Using his god power, Long Fei clenched his fists. He jumped into the air and chopped down at the beast. Boom! The flame soared to the sky and slashed down. It struck the head of the huge beast. Rumble! Flames burst out, and in that instant, a bright red damage appeared on the head of the huge beast. Pitifully little damage. F***CK. Long Fei cursed. This damage? It was so low that it could make people's hair stand on end. If the dragon Salyer was activated by divine power, it would at least receive 6 figures worth of critical damage. But now, Long Fei was speechless. How strong exactly were the 7 rating monster and beasts? Too terrifying. At the same time, its attributes were displayed in Long Fei's system. Demonic Beast, Lord of Wild Mountain Devil Grade, Level 7 Destructive Power, 9 stars Defense, 10 stars Skills, Infinite Shield, Magic Chop Demon Description. The Lord Boss within tens of thousands of kilometers of the Wild Mountain Devil possesses unparalleled strength, The infinite shield can block all the damage from the War Master, and the magic chop can gather all the power of the desolate mountain and fire demons. Description 2. The Wild Mountain Devil possesses a sliver of the Titan blood lineage. Description 3. Unrivaled. Looking at the Wild Mountain Devil's attributes, Long Fei felt numb on his scalp. An invincible defensive skill, an invincible attack skill, I'll be fucked. How can there be such a demon beast? No wonder the dragon Salyer only dealt about 100 points of damage. Just 10 stars of defense is enough, not to mention activating the infinite shield. Moreover, what the hell was a Titan blood lineage? Wasn't Titan usually hiding deep in the sea? Why would they own Titan blood lineage? Damn you! Long Fei cursed in his heart and quickly retreated to the side. Right now, it was getting closer and closer to daybreak, so there wasn't enough time to find another 5-level monster. Even if he wanted to find the Great Demon King, he would not let him leave so easily. One word. F***CK. Although the strength and defense of the Wild Mountain Deviless could be considered abnormal, but the stronger the boss, the more holy artifact it would drop. His many years of experience in the game had told Long Fei that this Wild Mountain Devil would definitely drop something good. Thinking like this, Long Fei became even more hot-blooded. I must kill him. The leopard girl. Distant attack. As Long Fei spoke, he started to move quickly. Is your divine power not enough? Alright. Wu Shuang, open. Boom. A strand of power burst out from Long Fei's body, with his double attribute activated. With a move of his right arm, God power began to circulate, and Long Fei continued to move. He was looking for the Wild Mountain Devil's weakness. Any demon beast, even at the perfection stage, would have a weakness. As long as a weakness was found, it would be able to cause critical damage. Whoosh! The leopard girl aimed at the limit of her distance. Wild Mountain Devil did not even look at it, and directly let it pierce his body. Instead, it rushed towards Long Fei, and easily uprooted a gigantic tree, turned it into a rod, and smashed towards Long Fei. Teleport! With a leap, Long Fei instantly moved 10 meters away and landed on a big tree. He then leaped into the air and slashed at the head of the Great Demon King once again. Ingest the divine power. Boom! Dragon Salyer technique. Boom! The Dragon Salyer combusted, and the flaming blade's aura was at least 10 meters away. This time, Long Fei swiped at the Great Demon King's neck and said, "Take one more slash." Boom! The saber chopped down. Bam! The flaming blade chi that was 10 meters long formed a whip and directly coiled around the Great Demon King's neck. Following the activation of Long Fei's true breath, the flaming blade chi suddenly grew stronger. The flames exploded. Buzz! A 4 digits damage floated above the Great Demon King's head. It was more than 10 times more than before. However, it was far from enough. The Great Demon King had at least 900,000 HP, and such a small amount of damage was completely useless. Furthermore, Long Fei dared to be certain that this was definitely not his weakness. The saber slashed down. The Great Demon King was enraged. He turned around and swept his hand across the beast. Magic chop. Rumble. 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 The entire hundreds of thousands of barren mountains trembled as countless amounts of fire devil energy gathered on the towering tree in his hands, madly converging. 10% of a second. Kill. The slash continued. Teleport. Long Tian looked at the sky full of demonic flames, which seemed to have descended from outer space. His mind tightened as he rapidly escaped. Rumble. The air was burning wherever the magic chop went. Long Fei was not struck, but was pressed down to the ground by the intense power of the fire devils. His entire body was in incomparable pain, and his heat was unbearable. His skin was burning red. Long Fei clenched his teeth. Is that really impossible? Really? I refuse to accept this. Chapter 2 was sent to Table of Contents 8_8419/2356462. Clapping the ground with his right hand, his body bounced up, and looking at the gigantic great demon king above him, Long Fei's eyes became sinister. "I don't believe it anymore." Clapping the ground with his right hand, his body bounced up, and looking at the gigantic great demon king above him, Long Fei's eyes became sinister. "I don't believe it anymore. What boss in the game am I not going to kill? Isn't it just the 7 rating monster and beasts? I, Long Fei, do not believe this." While he was speaking, the great demon king was furious because the magic chop did not kill Long Fei. He lifted his right leg and stomped down heavily, intending to stomp Long Fei into meat paste. At this moment, "Huh! Why is there a black dot on the sole of my foot? Is that its hood door?" Long Fei frowned. "No matter what, I have to give it a try. If he couldn't find a weakness, then he wouldn't be able to kill him." The wild mountain devil was simply too strong. Long Fei wasn't on the same level at all. If he wanted to kill them, he could only rely on his own intelligence. "You want to flatten me? All right. Let's see who is strong enough." Long Fei leaped into the air and rushed forward. The dragon Salyer moved, raised its hands in the air, and suddenly stabbed towards the black dot. Poochie! Break through his defenses. A bright red damage floated above the great demon king's head. "Ha ha!" Long Fei laughed excitedly. 5 figures worth of damage, this is definitely a hood door. Roar! The great demon king screamed in pain. He did not give up attacking Long Fei just because his foot was in so much pain. Walala! The sound of wind breaking rang out. Long Fei was crushed under his feet and he was only dozens of meters away from the ground. It was already impossible to pull out the dragon Salyer from the ground. Long Fei hardened his heart and shouted, "Then you will die from the pain. Give up the dragon Salyer." With both hands grabbing the soles of his feet, he spread out his limbs, and a strange gurgling sound came from his Adam's apple. When he was still 1 meter away from the ground, toting skill. Whoosh! He was sent flying. Boom! 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 The sand surged and filled the entire sky. The entire valley was violently trembling, and the wild mountain devil was wailing non-stop as the dragon Salyer was completely pierced through the bottom of its feet. Tons of damage continuously floated up from the top of his head. He couldn't stop it at all. Wild Mountain Devil used his feet to try and pull out the dragon Salyers from the soles of his feet. Could Long Fei agree to it? Seeing the great demon king's health continuously decrease, this was the perfect time to take advantage of his illness and take his life. Whoosh-wang! Swish! The sound of power burning arose from Long Fei's body. His 4 limbs moved, and his body charged forward like a cannonball, directly striking the great demon king's abdomen. The true breath entered the great demon king's body. Bam! The great demon king was furious beyond belief. He could only give up on taking out his dragon Salyer, patting Xiang Longfei with one hand and let out a furious roar. "Ha ha ha! Does the pain feel good? Want to pull it out? In your dreams!" Long Fei laughed madly. He only needed to delay the great demon king and not let him pull out the dragon Salyer. Seeing that the great demon king was about to attack him, he immediately jumped to the other side and mocked, "I can't hit you, I can't hit you, you can't hit me, ha ha." He had a cheap look. The great demon king was even more furious. Being toyed with by a human was something he had never done before. Immediately, both of his feet stomped on the ground, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. The pain was extremely excruciating, and because he pushed on his legs, the dragon Salyer moved even more. Roar! When Long Fei saw the two of them dealing so much damage, he excitedly laughed at them. "That's great, come and hit me, come and hit me." He looked too cheap. Even the leopard girl could not bear to look at him. The great demon king was even more furious. In his heart, He paid his respects to all 18 generations of Long Fei's ancestors and conveniently grabbed a huge tree that was as tall as the sky. Magic chop. The might of the infernal king completely exploded. The surroundings trembled and Long Fei almost couldn't stand straight. He thought to himself, "Damn, does this skill have an seismic attribute?" He looked at the demonic fire shooting towards the sky. Long Fei did not dare to be careless, as if he were to be touched by just a little bit of it, he would be instantly killed. Although he looked like a lowly person, he was actually extremely serious. The moment the magic chop landed, Long Fei's body moved. Teleportation. Schwa had not expected that he could escape from the second slash. The great demon king did not stop and immediately executed the second slash. Magic chop. Holy sh*t. The system didn't say that it was connected. Long Fei was so scared that he pissed his pants and escaped frantically. Rumble. 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 Magic chop, 18 consecutive slashes. Long Fei was so scared that he almost peed on his pants from the slashing. He rolled on the ground in a sorry state, while feeling extremely unwell in his heart. 18 consecutive slashes? He stretched out his right hand, wanting to take out the dragon Salyer. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that the dragon Salyer was still at the bottom of the great demon king's feet. Long Fei's forehead tightened, his hand turned into a blade, causing the idea to sink. Wong! Everything seemed to stop. Long Fei instantly entered the state of one with the world. His eyes suddenly opened wide as he stared at the incomparably huge great demon king and shouted angrily, "Who is the 18 consecutive slashes? I'll let you experience the blade-less stream for 199 slashes." Boom! Long Fei's palm suddenly combusted, the dragon Salyer technique released a flaming blade chi, the blade chi moved, Long Fei's body also moved. Skin open, tendons broken, bones broken, divine opened. Dragon Salyer technique, 7 consecutive slashes. Gale chop. Hurricane cut. The accumulated 2 layers of Bladiki were released. This was because the body of the great demon king was simply too enormous to blow up at all. Teleport. Schwa. He landed in front of the great demon king, and their gazes met. Long Fei was too insignificant in front of him. This scene was unimaginably shocking. It was something that would only appear in movies. The great demon king's eyes were bloodshot, his eyes staring straight at Long Fei. In that moment, he opened his mouth wide and bit down at Long Fei. Bladeless blade. Dragon chop, break it for me! Long Fei screamed, and with a move of his body, all of the true breath was injected into it, causing it to burst out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk it crazily chopped down. 10th slash, 50th slash, 100th slash, 150th slash. Each level dealt more damage than the previous one. After 150 slashes, the great demon king could no longer hold on. With an angry roar, a level shield appeared on his body. Infinite shield? So what if it's a shield? Die for me too. The remaining 49 slashes were still being crazily unleashed. At this moment, Long Fei had completely fallen into a crazed state. If you don't die, I won't rest. Arrogant beyond belief. While Long Fei was releasing the dragon chop, the damage caused by the dragon Salyer was still ongoing. Last slash. Explode for me. Long Fei looked at the last bit of HP of the great demon king and slashed. Explode. The system beep rang. Ding. The 3rd chapter was delivered. There were still 4 days until the countdown next week. Next week, 7 days, I will get 10 chapters a day. Table of contents. 8_8419/2356463. The system beep rang. The system beep rang. In that moment, Long Fei moved. Release your striking attribute. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Lord of Wild Mountain Devil for obtaining 1 experience point, true breath point, and energy values point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Wild Mountain Devil's erupting demon core. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the Great Demon King's Abhijna. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Magic Chop for cultivating this ability. Please advise demonic cultivators to be able to learn it. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Titan Blood Lineage. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Holy Artifact Yellow Springs Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at War Spirit level 7. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a special reward for defeating 7 rating monster and beasts Wild Mountain Devil. Level +1, current level, War Spirit level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the player Dragon Salyer Technique for leveling up. Current level 3. The system exploded. Long Fei's ears went numb from the shock. At the same time, his blood started to boil. Every time he heard a system beep, he would become excited. Berserk! Berserk! What do you mean by Berserk? This is King Berserk. And then, Long Fei quickly checked the attribute. Item: Explosive Demonic Core, LV7, Description: Inherited Critical Chance Attribute Bonus. Critical hit? Long Fei's eyes shook. Good stuff, this thing is too cool. The idea moved and quickly said, Fusion. You still don't want to fuse the critical element demon cores? This was a heaven-defying attribute. The nature elemental's stats were far weaker than the critical hit attribute. If the critical hit attribute could increase critical hit damage, then that was a ton of damage. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully fusing them. Critical strike plus 10%. Awesome! Next, Infinite Shield. Long Fei thought in his heart. Cultivate. Martial skill. Infinite Shield rank. Heaven ranked level 9, Wild Mountain Devil Divine Technique, consumption. 500 true breath points per second, lasts for 5 seconds. Description: The Infinite Shield S have entered the Invincible mode. Ha ha ha! Long Fei could not help but burst out laughing. All experts below the War Emperor realm are immune to attacks. What kind of existence is this? Invincible, truly invincible. It's too awesome. In the future when I meet any War Master Ream ranker, won't I just be casually beaten by him? This thing could be said to be the most defensive one in the entire Fireglass dynasty. There are no experts from the War Emperor realm, so it can also be said that no one could break Long Fei's defense. Just a little. Infinite Shield S were exchanged with burning true breath points, of which 5,000 points per second was not something an ordinary person could afford. However, did not have to worry. Killing Wild Mountain Devil would earn him 50,000 points in one go, and his current value of true breath was 50,000 points in full strength, so he did not need to worry about consuming a mere 5,000 points in a second. Magic Chop. Cultivate. Long Fei looked at the next item. Ding. Unable to practice. Hint: only demonic cultivators can practice this martial skill. Long Fei was startled. We still need demonic cultivators to cultivate. Should we enter the demonic cultivator system to cultivate for a bit? After thinking for a while, Long Fei gave up. Because you don't want to waste 2,000 credit point, you have to return to your original form after you've cultivated. You can come cultivate after the next time when you have enough points. Long Fei did not need demonic cultivators now. Titan Blood Lineage. Long Fei was a little excited. This kind of blood lineage was a top-tier existence, the king of giants, the king of defense. Item: Titan Blood Lineage rank. Holy Vein description: the user can obtain the power of the Titan. The user can cultivate the power of the blood lineage to the peak realm and transform into a peak titan. Gudong. He can transform into a titan. Long Fei's eyes lit up. Titan is the overlord of the deep sea. Transforming into titan is truly too awesome. Should I fuse them? Should I fuse them? Long Fei frowned. After pondering for a moment, he decided to give up on the fusion process. The blood lineage could only be chosen once, and after fusing with the Titan blood lineage, he would not be able to choose another blood lineage. Long Fei was a little unresigned in his heart. Last time, when he was in the Long family's martial arena, he was told by so many people that negative activation to dragon blood was trash. If he wanted to fuse them, it would be like the Long family's ancestor, slaying the dragon god and fusing with the most noble and top-notch blood lineage of the Sky Martial Continent, dragon god blood lineage. The last item, the Yellow Springs Divine Sword. Long Fei started to get excited. This was a holy artifact, the only other being. Item: Yellow Springs Divine Sword. Rank: Holy Artifact. Destructive Power 10 stars. Defense: Sporadic Necessity 9 stars. Description: This sword is made from the blood of the Yellow Springs. It possesses the supreme power of the Yellow Springs. Once the sword is unleashed, the path of the Yellow Springs will not be turned back until one reaches the underworld. Description 2. With the hidden sword skill Underworld Soul Sword Art, as long as it is used, once it touches passive, the sword will be unstoppable, and it will not turn back until it dies. Description 3. This sword art is called the Desperate Sword Art. It has no defense, only attack, and is also known as the Unending Death Sword. Once the sword is out, the road to River Styx. Don't look back until you reach the underworld. Too domineering. Long Fei looked at the description and instantly felt his blood boil. This is a sword returning to the west. If you don't die, I won't rest until you reach this realm. It's exactly the same style as this young master. Ha ha ha. For me. Awesome. The feeling of going berserk was too great. After leveling up 2 levels consecutively, unleashing a cultivation method, holy vein, and even holy artifact, Long Fei's realm had suddenly risen by a lot. After looking through all of this, Long Fei walked to the wild mountain devil's side and pulled out the dragon salyer at the bottom of its feet. If not for the dragon salyer sticking out of its body, wanting to kill the great demon king was simply a fantasy. Shwa! Long Fei took out the dragon-slaying saber. It was dripping with blood and gave off an ominous aura. Savage. Domineering. Although it was only a broken blade, it still possessed the domineering aura of a supreme artifact. Under the pouring of fresh blood, it became even more domineering, just like a war god. Long Fei said excitedly, "Good brother, I will definitely find the other half as soon as possible." Buzz buzz. The dragon salyer shook and the blood on the blade fell out, revealing a sinister dragon head. The dragon head faced the sky, as if it was going to fly up. At this moment, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding. Titan blood lineage was absorbed by the dragon salyer. Ding. Dragon salyer leveled up. Ding. Enchanted dragon salyer. Long Fei was stunned in place. He looked at the dragon salyer in his hand that was wrapped in blood light and sword chi, and shouted out with blood boiling, "It actually knows how to level up?" The first chapter was sent. Thank you for your love, not just talking about books, crazy people, OMG, dream spring and summer, Kung Fu Luan, blood dream tears, Chun Xiao, mask, little Fangzhan, life is like a play, rolling away, Yun Xian, Wuqing, ha ha ha, dream of fate, happiness, guess little fan, Ling Tian, Li Juanxiang, the sea thanks you for your support. 8_8419/2356464. It was too shocking. It was too shocking. Weapons leveling was a very normal thing, but it would not be normal for the weapon to level up by itself. Moreover, Why did Dragon Salyer level up? It was absorbing the Titan blood lineage to level up, absorbing the blood lineage to level up. What was his name? Immediately, Long Fei immediately checked the Dragon Salyer's attribute. Weapon: Dragon Salyer, incomplete magic, rank: Holy Artifact, incomplete and incomplete, weight: 13,000 gene damage. SSS class, 10 stars higher. Description: Holy Artifact S that kill evil spirits have a 200% attack effect on evil beings and a 50% attack effect on dragons. It has a dragon slaying strike hidden skill, activation rate of 1%. Description 2. Devouring vein demonic, blood light and sword energy slay everything. Description 3. Currently 2nd level incomplete Dragon Salyer, automatic absorption, automatic upgrade. Damn! Long Fei's heart trembled. It looked like there wasn't much difference in terms of attributes, but what the hell was the last line of automatic absorption, automatic upgrade? Has it become a smart weapon? Moreover, upgrade. What level did he level up to? Infinite level up, infinite strength? Would that be sharp? My little heart. Long Fei could not take it anymore. No matter how demonic the Dragon Salyer got, it was still Long Fei's weapon. Ha ha ha! This is great! Long Fei was excited. He had played the game for a few years and had used the Holy Artifact S before, but he had never encountered a weapon that could level up for him. Let's see how powerful you are. Long Fei held the demonic Dragon Salyer and walked in front of the wild mountain devil's head. His hands moved and instantly chopped. Bloody light filled the sky. Moreover, in that instant, traces of Titan's power was actually released from the Dragon Salyer, slashing down arrogantly. Boom! The blade aura extended for 100 meters, all the way to the sleigh, and the towering tree was sliced into two, directly into two. The head of the wild mountain devil chopped down like vegetables. Looking at the Dragon Salyer in his hands, Long Fei couldn't say anything for a long time. Too amazing, ha ha! Absorbing the blood lineage was just a way to level up, but I never thought that it would leave behind the strength of a blood lineage. It's just like a human, so cool. At this moment, the sun rose. Long Fei placed Wild Mountain Devil's head inside the space ring, then looked at the leopard girl who was watching him quietly on the other side. The leopard girl giggled and shook her head. No matter what you've become, no matter if you're crazy, or obsessed, you'll always be my big brother Long Fei, and will always be my husband. After saying the last two words, the leopard girl's feet blushed. Under the first rays of the morning sun, she seemed incomparably beautiful, just like an angel. Long Fei would always quickly calm down in his heart when he saw her. And then, Long Fei walked up and held the leopard girl's hand, muttering with a smile, "Let's go, you will follow me, the Long family." Today was the final day of the mission. He had to get back to Wulong Valley before nightfall. At this moment, Wulong Valley was filled with smoke and corpses. The defense line was constantly shrinking. The Long family had never been in such a sorry state before. If it weren't for the fact that Dragon Mountain Valley was a natural danger that was easy to defend and hard to attack, the Long family's army would have already been completely annihilated. All of this was because of Long Lei. If he believed Long Yun's words, 100,000 demon army simply could not charge in while defending the fierce Tiger Pass. But now, Long Lei still did not feel that he was wrong, and hated Long Zhanting, Long Fei and Long Yun from the bottom of his heart. Damn trash, if he did not come to train in the army, how could the Long family have reached such a state? Long Yun disregards the discipline of the military as well. It's all their fault otherwise. Long Lei's heart was raging. He didn't feel that he was in the wrong. In his view, everything was Long Yun, Long Fei's fault. Long Lei replied, "Big brother, there's no point in talking about this now. The most important thing right now is how to break out of the encirclement. We can't let all of the Long family's troops die in Dragon Mountain Valley." Long Feng also said, Sleeping Dragon Valley is a dangerous place, easy to defend but hard to attack. Even if they don't attack, this month's emperor will reduce the military's expenses and supplies. The food in our valley can't last for more than 3 days, and the demon army will trap us to death in Sleeping Dragon Valley. I also suggest breaking through, Long Lei said. Long Lei's brows twitched and said, Breaking out of the encirclement is like digging one's own grave. Last night, I sent out a carrier pigeon to request for Nan Gongjun's support. At this moment, Long Lei and Long Feng were both stunned. Long Lei did not care about anything else. Instead, he said in shock, Big brother, how did you come into contact with Nan Gongjun? Long Feng followed. Big brother, don't you know about Nan Gong Lei's character? The Grand Elder has clearly forbidden the Long family and the Nangong family from having any interactions. Long Lei sneered and said, Don't you guys know the current situation of the Long family? If not for the deterrence of our Long family's troops, the Long family would have ceased to exist long ago. Even if it was the deterrence of the Long family's troops, the Long family's demise would only be a matter of time. Do you think that Grand Elder can save the Long family? I have already received news that the Grand Elder had forcefully released the War Master Reem's Chi, and is heavily injured, and is now being maintained by the continued life pill. That mediocre person Long Zhanhai? At most, his cultivation is only at War Elder realm. He can't hold up the flag of the Long family. Could it be just based on that trash Long Fei? He's just a piece of trash. I'm afraid he's already dead in hundreds of thousands of barren mountains. Do you really think I arranged for him to enter the hundreds of thousands of barren mountains to train directly because of Qi Long Yun? Humph. This is the command of the Marquis Nangong Lai. We also have to plan for our future. We have to find a way out as well. Don't tell me that we have to perish together with the Long family? Long Lei was very excited when he said this. Long before Long Fei came to Floating Dragon Valley, Long Lei had already received his secret order. Next, he used Long Yun's preference towards Long Fei to enrage Long Yun, and directly let Long Fei enter the final exam, the Desolate Mountain Trial. All of this was part of his plan. But he never thought that Xiao Wudi's demon army would suddenly attack and surround them in Dragon Valley, but Long Lei was not worried at all. When Nan Gongjun receives the message, he would immediately come to support them, and at that time, he would have the entire Long family's army under his control. The Fire Glass City would also make a move. Long family, he would definitely be killed. Long Lei laughed complacently. My 2 brothers, our best prospects are right in front of us. Only by following King Nangong will we have a future, ha ha. In another place, Nangong Jun's base, not a single soldier moved. Moreover, when Nangong Kun received Long Lei's message, he did not immediately send his men to save him, but instead directly rushed to Fire Glass City. The Long family troops were surrounded. The Long family was going to die. The second chapter was delivered. 8_8419/2356465. Nangong Jun's base. Nangong Jun's base. General, are we not going to send troops? Nangong Kun smiled slightly. Of course we have to send out our troops, but not now. It's when the demon army and the Long family's army fight to the death. That would be the best time for us to send our troop. Huh. Nangong Kun continued to speak. The Long family's army has won, and the Long family's army is going to die. That way we can completely blame it on the demon army. This will also remove the greatest danger for the prince. If demon army wins, based on the Long family's fighting strength, demon army will definitely suffer heavy losses, and at that time, we won't be able to fight back. Like this, our Nangong army will support you in time to stop the demon army from invading our Fireglass dynasty. As for all of the Long family's dead bodies, who would bring them up? The losers aren't qualified to be recorded in the annals of history, ha ha. With the annihilation of the Long family's army, the last talisman of the Long family is gone. The Long family will also disappear from Fireglass City. Everything is under the control of our Nangong family. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Kuan had been looking forward to this day from the beginning. He had finally arrived. Nangong Kuan slightly shouted. Pass down my order, 30,000 Nangong soldiers are to quickly gather and get into formation. No one is to take a step out of Black Tiger Mountain without my order. Yes, sir. Sleeping Dragon Valley, the Long family's military camp. Meng Yu was wounded all over, and disregarding all the obstacles, he charged into Long Lei's tent. He knelt on the ground and said in a heavy voice, Great General, break through the encirclement. If you don't break out now, the Long family's troops will really all die. I, Meng Yu, am willing to be the vanguard. Not waiting for him to finish, Long Lei kicked Meng Yu's lower jaw. His eyes opened wide as he shouted, Meng Yu, I have a limit to how I can endure, and you are not the one to teach me how to do it. Bam! This kick was extremely powerful, and directly caused Meng Yu to spin 360 degrees, heavily smashing him to the ground. Meng Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, gnashed his teeth, and said, Great General, Demon Army has not attacked for so long, so we must be gathering our power. We will definitely be able to catch them off guard if we break out of the encirclement now, I beg of you. Bam! He kicked out again. Was kicked out of the tent. Long Lei walked out and shouted, Meng Yu, if you dare commit an offense against your superiors, remove your Pioneer Camp Battalion commander position. If you continue committing an offense, we will punish you according to the military law. Following that, Long Lei's voice was like a loud bell. It resounded throughout the entire Wulong Valley, and said, Without my order, no one is allowed to break out, otherwise they will be treated as deserters and will be killed. As soon as his voice faded, all the warriors in Dragon Mountain Valley felt a chill in their hearts. The Long family's fighting strength was very strong. Even if they were surrounded and placed in dire straits, their fighting strength would not decrease by even a little bit, because the Long family's soul would never be defeated, never yield. The more desperate the situation got, the stronger the Long family's combat effectiveness would be. Everyone knew that this was the best time to break out of the encirclement, but Long Lei had chosen to stay put and defend the valley. This was only secondary. More importantly, it had shaken the morale of the 20,000 soldiers of the Long family. This is the most deadly. How could this be? Are we going to wait for death in Wulong Valley? What the hell is going on? Why would General Long Lei give such an order? Demon Army is resting. If we attack at this time, we will definitely kill them all and break out of the encirclement. Even the most ordinary soldiers could think of such a tactic. How could Long Lei not think of this? Big brother, even if we choose Nangong Jun, we still have to break through. However, his army and Long Feng's army had suffered heavy losses, and was simply unable to contend against Long Lei. Moreover, if they were to engage in internal strife at this time, they would die even faster. The only thing they could do was urge Long Lei to break out of the encirclement. Long Feng also said, That's right, big brother. Let's break out of the encirclement. Long Lei smiled leisurely. You guys are still too young. We choose to break out, and even if we succeed in breaking through, our losses would still be heavy. The Long family's army can be considered our bargaining chip. If our bargaining chip is too light, how can we negotiate with Nangong Lei? At that time, we will only be looked down upon. More than 20,000 soldiers of the Long family are our bargaining chip. If we want to be recognized and get a higher rank, we must ensure that our bargaining chips are not reduced. Long Lei laughed. Nangong Jun will definitely come to provide assistance, because Nangong Lei would never dream about obtaining the support of the Long family's troops. In the Fireglass City, any family will definitely want to obtain the control of the Long family's troops, so Nangong Lei will definitely send reinforcements. Long Lei firmly believed in it. However, he did not think about the consequences if Nangong Jun did not send out his troop. Long Lei and Long Feng looked at each other. They knew very well that they could no longer persuade Long Lei to turn back. Big brother, since you've made your decision, let's go back and make some preparations, Long Lei said. Long Lei looked at them, his eyes narrowed, and smiled. You two wouldn't betray me, right? The two of them felt their hearts tremble, and their faces changed slightly. Long Feng laughed. Big brother, what are you saying? We three brothers came here together, and we also want a better future. Ha ha ha! This is a smart person's choice. Long Lei laughed with relief and said, all these years I worked hard for Long Sanfeng. What did we get? Nothing. Follow the Nangong King. Gold, beauties, power, everything. Just wait and enjoy, ha ha. Long Lei had already fallen into madness. Having worked hard for the Long family all these years, his heart was filled with accumulated resentment. Especially after Long Yun led his troops into the fierce Tiger Pass, the resentment in his heart completely exploded out. He wanted to choose his own path, a path that led to wealth and prosperity. Long Fei. Long Fei brought the leopard girl and quickly rushed in the direction of Dragon Mountain Valley. Along the way, he felt that something was wrong. He had never encountered a single demon beast, so it was very strange in the hundreds of thousands of barren mountains. When he arrived at the fierce Tiger Pass, the blood was black and the ground was littered with corpses. There are all Yunlong armies, so Long Fei's heart immediately sank. No wonder Xiao Wudi did not continue searching, so it turns out. This is bad. Wulong Valley. Long Fei's heart sank and immediately rushed out. It was also at this moment, within a tent in Dragon Mountain Valley. The Black Dragon Pioneer Camp has already been gathered. We have made all the necessary preparations, Long Shan said in a low voice. Long Lei asked, how is Mengyu? A table of contents, Long Shan said. Our battalion commander is fine. He has been mobilized by the Pioneer Camp. Now, the Pioneer Camp will only listen to him. All right. Long Feng took a look at Long Lei and said, the horn is for you to summon us all to break out of the encirclement. Chapter 3 was sent over. The countdown to the explosion lasted 3 days. Those brothers that didn't download it, just download it and know about it immediately. 8_8419/2356466. Long Lei was only Long Lei. Even if he was a great general, he could not represent the Long family's army. Long Lei was only Long Lei. Even if he was a great general, he could not represent the Long family's army. There were many people like Mengyu. Moreover, the Grand Preceptor had an extremely high status in the Long family's army, so not everyone would betray him. Mengyu's Pioneer Camp, the Lightning Dragon Army and the Wind Dragon Army had a total of close to 5,000 people. Facing Xiao Wudi's 60,000 demon army, breaking through would be extremely difficult. It was extremely difficult. The difference in numbers was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, they didn't have a choice. They all knew in their hearts that if they didn't break out, they would only wait for death. Waiting for Nangong Jun's support? That was a dream. Half an hour later. Woo. On the hill, a soldier blew the horn. Next, Mengyu held onto his steel spear, mounted on his horse and roared, Long family soldiers will never lose, go out and kill for me. As soon as his voice faded, the black armored soldiers rushed out in unison, shouting in unison, charge. At the same time, on the other two sides, the Electric Dragon Army and the Wind Dragon Army attacked at the same time. All of a sudden, the sand and dust filled the sky above Dragon Mountain Valley. The fierce cries of horses and their murderous cries shook the sky. If you don't want to stay here and wait for your death, then come with me. The Long Army will never surrender. Kill. On the way out, he continued to attract more and more people to join him. The more people there were, the greater the chances of them breaking through the encirclement. Long Lei crushed the teacup and rushed out of the tent. His voice was like thunder. He roared, "Anyone who dares to leave the army camp will be sentenced to death for treason." Who dares to leave? The voice was so intimidating that the soldiers of the Thunder Dragon army became hesitant. "If you stay, you'll die. Those who want to survive, follow me." Meng Yu waved his arms and rushed towards the encampment's gate and roared, "Kill!" Clamping his legs, the war horse let out a cry and rushed out of Dragon Mountain Valley. Long Shan followed closely behind, his blood boiling. If they fought on the battlefield, men would be treated as such, so what was there to be afraid of? Kill. Nearly 6,000 people rushed out of Wulong Valley. Inside the demon army's tent, Xiao Wudi laughed coldly and said, "I knew you all would break out at this time. I had long prepared everything for you all. Fierce Demon Elephant Legion, prepare. Surround them all. I will kill every single one of them." He said this with gritted teeth. "Give the order." Bam! 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 In the depths of the forest, a towering tree was knocked down. Hundreds of gigantic demonic elephants charged out like thunder. The demonic elephant was clad in armor. The runic outlines of evil were engraved on the back of the demonic elephant, as the power of these runes controlled them. Several people were standing on the back of the demonic elephant, waving their whips as they commanded. At the same time, warriors of the fierce tiger tribe and the heavenly dog tribe quickly encircled them from both sides. They were determined to encircle the army that had broken out of the encirclement. "I'll clear the way." Meng Yu's legs stomped on the ground, and he flew up into the air, the fine steel dragon spear in his hands thrusting outwards. It directly pierced towards that gigantic demonic elephant. Boom! Boom! One spear slay, but it only managed to injure the demon elephant a little. The demon elephant's nose swept out, striking Meng Yu ruthlessly in the waist. The moment Meng Yu landed, he pushed himself up with his dragon spear and leaped into the air, directly attacking the 5 demon warriors on the demonic elephant's back. At the same time, Meng Yu took action. The battle was imminent. Pioneer Camp led the way. The Lightning Dragon Army and the Wind Dragon Army didn't slow down in the slightest as they swiftly rushed out. It was just that. Facing the overwhelming demon army and the gigantic demon beasts, they seemed to be unable to do anything. The demonic elephant blocked the way. Its huge body was hard to move. With 2 loaves of bread, the number of people increased by several times. In a short 10 minutes, Meng Yu and the rest found it difficult to even move a single step. Sleeping Dragon Valley, Long Lei's camp. A deputy general anxiously walked in and said, "General, the demon army has already been affected by Long Lei and Long Feng. Right now, both sides have empty defenses. We can take advantage of it and break out of the encirclement easily. Give me 3,000 soldiers. I'm willing to be the vanguard." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Lei suddenly moved. A wave of dense power burst out from his right palm and struck the face of the deputy general, instantly killing him. His voice became gloomy. "Whoever dares to mention breaking through the encirclement again, he will end up in the end." Within the tent, the vice-general's expressions went grim, and they didn't even dare breathe heavily. Long Lei said solemnly, "If they want to go out and throw away their lives, let them go. Only those who remain can survive. Do you understand?" All the deputy generals nodded without saying a word. They didn't know what Long Lei wanted to do, but now was the best time to do it. Furthermore, there wouldn't be too many casualties. If the Thunder Dragon army were to move, even though Long Lei and the others would definitely be able to catch Demon Army unprepared, but Long Lei actually chose to stay put. They didn't understand. They didn't dare to ask. Because the anger from Long Lei's body made them feel suffocated. Black Tiger Mountain. Nangong Jun had already arrived. They were all hidden in the dense forest, and 10 kilometers in front of them, they could already hear the sounds of fighting. A scout swiftly returned to report. Long Lei and Long Feng, the two generals, have already led 6,000 of the Long family's troops to kill their way out. They are currently surrounded by the demon army. Nangong Kun laughed complacently and said, "Seems like the Long family's army is not made of iron. Long Lei will definitely not be able to suppress the others. That's for the best. Long Lei, once Long Feng's men die, that old guy, Xiao Wudi, will definitely attack Huang Long directly and directly attack Dragon Valley. At that time, Long Lei will have no choice but to retaliate. Long Lei, you want to maintain your strength as a bargaining chip between us, right? Ha ha ha. You really know how to daydream." Nangong Kun retracted his laughter and said, "Surround again." "Yes, sir." "In the battlefield." "It's surrounded. I can't get out. The front, back, left, and right sides are all blocked. There are simply too many demon armies here." "So what if there are more people? We are the Long family's troops, the undefeated Long family's troop. Bring out the aura of our dragon family's ancestors chasing us down after the evil demon for 1,000 miles. Kill!" There was no retreat, and that was the only way to unleash a stronger combat strength. In any case, it would be death. Killing one more was still one more, but killing two more would earn him one more. With Meng Yu blocking at the front, facing the oncoming gigantic devil elephant, step by step, the encirclement around him continued to shrink, and his heart fell into despair. Although he didn't say it on the surface. However, these people all knew clearly in their hearts that they would undoubtedly die today. No one could save them. No one would save them. It was a truly hopeless situation. At this moment, if Long Lei were to send troops to save her, she would definitely be able to do so. Many vice-generals wanted to persuade him, but they didn't dare to do so and watched as the Long family soldiers fell one after the other. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Equals semi/floating life plus, in the distance. Long Lei laughed coldly. "This is what happens when you betray me. Ha ha. Long Lei, Long Feng, this is what will happen to you too. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a draconic roar descended from the sky, followed by a furious roar from the clouds. "I, your father, am back. Chapter 1. I have been handsome for 9 lifetimes, and I am a tyrant. Guess, dream, fate, the world outside the world, Loach, brain-nourishing world, Dugu witch, Xiang Zai, sky demon pitiful, Min to Ji, girl's mouth hard to kiss, everything is fate, happiness in bubbles, Xiaofan, Dugu Hun, number 221, bookworm, Tian Xing, Xiao Xin, blood dream tears, number 126, Chao Jun, Luohang, I love you so much in the past." His voice was like thunder, like the voice of a war god. His voice was like thunder, like the voice of a war god. Ice and fire broke through the clouds. Floating in midair, Long Fei was furious as he watched the scene below. He bellowed out, "Someone who dares to go against the Long family's army, die!" The flames and ice fell down in a straight line, continuously spinning in the air. When there was still a few meters between him and the ground, he turned around and his throat made gurgling sound, following which flames spouted out of his mouth. Walala! 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 Wherever the flames went, there would be countless screams of agony. Everyone would flee while some would be burnt to ashes. In Long Fei's mind, ding ding ding, the system beep exploded continuously. Dragon! Fire dragon! It's a dragon! It's young master Long Fei. Young master Long Fei is riding on a fire dragon. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned, even the demon army. They stared at the sky blankly, as if they had forgotten that they were fighting. The ice dragon turned around and shot straight into the sky. The huge mouth absorbed the water in the air and sucked it all into its body. The dragon roared and fell down again, roaring at the dense crowd of demon army. Ice soared like rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk. The demon that was hit by the ice sword either died or cried out miserably. Immediately, the demon army was thrown into chaos. Amongst the crowd, Long Shan laughed wildly in excitement. It's young Master Long Fei, haha. Who dares to say that young Master Long Fei is trash? Even dragons have surrendered, haha. Too cool. This is just too cool. Riding a dragon, in the tens of thousands of years of history of Fireglass Dynasty, there has never been a single person that has ridden a giant dragon. The young master is the first person, ha ha ha. The Long family not only can slay dragons, but they can also subdue dragons. The young lord is mighty. The young lord is domineering. In an instant, Mengyu stared at the sky, looking at Long Fei. He felt an incomparable amount of worship in his heart. Good boy. At the same time, Mengyu moved his dragon spear and roared like thunder. Kill, kill these dogs. Kill, kill, kill. Killing intent permeated the air, and the sound of battle shook the heavens. Xiao Wudi's face became incomparably gloomy as he stared at Long Fei, who was riding on a huge dragon in the air. The rage in his heart raged as he gnashed his teeth and shouted, Long Fei, you're not dead yet. Ah! He roared. Xiao Wudi's aura exploded, and he instantly entered the second stage of evolution, the power of the tiger on his body exploding outwards. At the same time, he decisively said, Everyone rush into the Long family's army. The huge dragon can only deal large-scale damage. As long as you rush into the Long family's army, he won't dare to spew fire. Yes, sir, Xiao Wudi ordered. In order to survive, Demon Army rushed into the Long family's army even more ferociously. This time, they were all battling. Just as Xiao Wudi had said, once the Long family army was mixed in the crowd, Long Fei could not order the giant dragon to shoot out flames, because it would harm his own people. All of a sudden, Long Fei controlled the ice and fire to attack from the side, causing the destructive force to decrease greatly. However, Long Fei continued to kill. The corners of Xiao Wudi's eyes twitched as he bellowed, Bring those captives out here. Those colossal dragons spouted fire, right? All of a sudden, a huge cage was pushed out. Under the cover of darkness, over 1,000 Life Yun Long army were imprisoned inside, including Long Yun. Xiao Wudi stared at Long Fei, who was in the sky, and laughed wildly. Long Fei, I never thought that you would actually still be alive. Pull it out. Kill them all. The cage opened, and dozens of Yun Long army soldiers dragged them out, and faced Long Fei. Kill. Crack. Kacha kacha. Dozens of heads of Yun Long army fell to the ground, blood spewing out from their mouths. Xiao Wudi laughed wildly in a sinister manner. Ha ha ha. Long Fei, you bastard, is this good? Ha ha ha. The Long family's army is the root of your Long family. Today, I will uproot your Long family, wahaha. Continue to kill. Another group of Yun Long army soldiers with their hands and feet tied up came out. The hand raised and the knife fell, and the head rolled down. Ah! Long Fei raged, incomparably raged. Seeing Yun Long army die one by one, the anger in his heart burst out like a volcano. Long Fei said solemnly, Xiao Wudi, I will kill you, just like I will kill your son. Xiao Wudi's eyes turned sinister, and his anger soared to the sky. Ha ha. Long Fei, come on, come and kill. He had gone berserk. He was completely enraged. Long Fei was extremely angry in his heart. The idea connected to the ice and fire and asked, Is the distance far enough? No way. Huff. Long Fei exhaled and asked, Xiao Wudi, what do you want? Xiao Wudi laughed coldly and said, It's simple, I'll take your life. Long Fei rolled his eyes and said, Okay, I will give you my life, release them. Long Fei rode on top of the ice and fire as he slowly approached. When he was a distance away, he asked, Is the distance enough? No way. Long Fei got closer. Xiao Wudi was not an idiot. In his heart, He suspected that the dragon was the evil ancestor from the Dragon Canyon. While they were talking, he grabbed onto a woman and placed her in front of him, sneering, "Long Fei, you must know her, right? She's an old acquaintance of mine. That year, she was the one who brought the Long family army into demon territory and saved your father from my hands. Now, it's your turn to save her." Dragon Cloud. Long Yun looked at Long Fei, who was riding a dragon in the sky, with incomparable excitement in his heart. He was happy for Long Fei and said, "Long Fei, don't worry about me." Xiao Wuti slapped down. "Pa!" Blood hung from the corner of Long Yun's mouth. Xiao Wuti sinisterly replied, "If you hadn't led the troops back then, Long Zhanting would have already died in my hands." "Ah! General Long Yun. Xiao Wuti, F***ck your ancestors for 18 generations." The Long family army was furious. Mengyu, Long Lei and Long Feng were also enraged, and all the Long family warriors who rushed out were furious. The more furious they became, the more excited Xiao Wuti became. He slapped them hard a few more times and said, "Long Fei, is this great?" Cluck cluck cluck. Cluck cluck cluck. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, the key sound was released. His anger nearly made him lose his mind. Xiao Wuti laughed out loud and said, "Now, kneel down in front of me and die." Long army, everyone kneel. Long Fei was furious. He hated threats the most. He had threatened him with the Long family, and Long Yun had an extraordinary significance to him. He didn't want to see Long Yun die. Seeing that Long Fei was still getting closer and closer, Xiao Wuti directly grabbed onto Long Yun's head and bellowed, "Long Fei, I'll make you die so you can kneel in front of me," he roared. It was also at this time. A sharp voice came out from the dense forest, "Xiao Wuti, return my clan's lives." As soon as his voice faded, a flick was fired. The javelin carried the power of runes. Xiao Wuti's face changed. At the same time, the ice and fire suddenly took a big step forward. The idea moved and said to Long Fei, "Master, the distance is enough." Chapter 2. 8_8419/2356468. Master, the distance is enough. Master, the distance is enough. A voice traveled into Long Fei's mind. Immediately, Long Fei didn't hesitate at all. In that instant, the idea moved and directly entered the fire and ice brain. At the same time, the ice and fire dragon might idea fused into Long Fei's sea of consciousness. Their minds were linked. Long Fei's gaze tightened as his eyes locked onto the leopard girl who was pouncing crazily towards the dense forest. Ding! Target locked. Crack! 10,000 points of true breath value dropped sharply as Long Fei roared, "Ice and fire 9 heavens." The first stage. Prairie burning ice. Roar. Long Fei's and the ice-fire dragon's combination skill had a 5% chance of instantly killing them. As long as they were touched, all the experts below War Emperor realm would be killed in an instant. Boom. Boom. Above the 9th heaven, on the first floor, ice and fire fused together, and like a pillar of light descending from the heavens, it directly inserted itself into Xiao Wuti's body. Crack! Xiao Wuti was nailed to the ground by the light pillar and his body was penetrated by it. Ah! Xiao Wuti screamed out in pain. He did not know how to defend against this power at all. He did not even have the time to defend against it. The light pillar exploded on his body, causing his internal organs to ache. Xiao Wuti's body also kept changing. The third stage. Bam! His body suddenly changed. His body seemed to explode as it swelled up to become a huge black tiger. Even so, the light pillar was still staring at him. Xiao Wuti was not able to move at all. The top of his head still continued to exude bright red damage. Long Fei was greatly shocked in his heart. Is this the combined attack skill? The power of the outer world, damn it, it's too cool. It's completely like a spear from the outer world. It's pierced into his body all of a sudden. Nailed to the ground, unable to move. Long Fei was shocked. Everyone was shocked. What kind of power was this? What kind of cultivation technique was this? They had never seen it before. Everyone was staring at Xiao Wudi. Xiao Wudi's powerful body was continuously resisting and struggling, but he was still unable to move or struggle free. Can you kill him instantly? Long Fei looked at the bright red damage that kept appearing above Xiao Wudi's head, and his heart skipped a beat. What if there is no instant kill? He had to be on guard. This was because the chances of success were very low with only 5%. No way. Long Fei's heart shook and the idea said, "Ice and fire, spray him again." There was a gurgling sound in the ice-fire dragon's throat, but after circulating it for a few seconds, the flames were unable to come out. The ice-fire said weakly, "Master, I've used up all of my energy. I need some time to rest. I'm afraid now." The fire and ice were getting lower and lower, and the sound was also incomparably weak. To Long Fei, it was equivalent to 10,000 true breaths, but to him, it was equivalent to hollowing out all of his strength. Long Fei immediately said, "You know how to ride space, leave the rest to me." While they were talking, the idea controlled and directly withdrew the fire and ice back into its mount space. Long Fei took out the dragon Salyer that had been possessed and descended from the skies, slashing down with his blade. "Xiao Wudi, your father is here." The saber chopped down. The blood-red aura extended 10 meters outwards as a blood-red light shot into the sky. At this moment, the sky returned back to normal, the whirlpool of 9 heavens disappeared, and the light pillar on Xiao Wudi's body also disappeared. A huge hole appeared in his chest, and blood spurted out crazily from it. Looking at Long Fei who had descended from the skies, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked as he roared furiously, "Long Fei, I'm going to kill you." When had he ever been in such a sorry state? Even 16 years ago, he had never been in such a sorry state. He was in a bad mood. Looking at Long Fei's blade cutting down, his entire body exploded, the power of the War Elder realm exploding out as a punch was punched out. "Young Lord. Big Brother Long Fei. Young Lord." It was true that Xiao Wudi was heavily injured, but his cultivation was only at the War Elder realm. Long Fei was only at the War Spirit realm. He was not his match. The leopard girl made a grasping motion in the air, and her javelins shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Wudi was too fast, she could not even lock onto the javelin. Mengyu pushed himself off the ground with his dragon spear, and leapt high into the air, thrusting straight towards Xiao Wudi. Long Yun's heart sank as he shouted, "Long Fei, run!" Not a match. The difference in levels was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Moreover, in Xiao Wudi's fury, for the demons of the beast bloodline, rage meant an increase in strength, speed, and defense. His full-powered punch could instantly kill Long Fei. "It's over. Young master. It's over, it's all over." Everyone in the Long family's army felt as if their hearts had fallen into a deathly stillness. In the distance, on the hill, Long Lei revealed a proud smile. "Trash is trash, even brains are trash, I really don't know what he is thinking. That's fine too, we didn't die in the great desolate mountain range, it's the same if we die at Xiao Wudi's hands, ha ha ha. No one can stop him, ha ha ha." Long Lei was laughing maniacally. When he saw Long Fei riding on a huge dragon out there, his heart tightened and he was extremely unhappy. The flames of anger in his heart churned, and he even thought that his chance was going to fail. However, he never thought that Long Fei would jump down from the giant dragon's body and fight Xiao Wudi head-on. He was overjoyed. If Long Fei died, the Long family's army would completely lose their fighting strength, and would be killed by the evil demons. At that time, it would be time for him to take control. "Idiot!" Long Lei laughed excitedly. "Long Fei, accompany my son." Xiao Wudi rushed into the sky. His right arm moved, dense primeval demon energy exploding out. The punch tore through the air. The wind from his fists struck at Xiang Longfei like heavy thunder. Longfei grinned and sneered. You want to kill me? With just you? Not worthy at all. Xiao Wudi, go to hell to accompany your son. In that instant, the instant Long Fei felt the entire summit was filled with heavy thunder, he let out a heavy roar, infinite shield. Buzz buzz. There was a slight explosive sound from within his body. When the wild mountain devil unleashed his ability, infinite shield, Long Fei's body entered into a type of strong shield. Xiao Wudi's fist came flying over. Boom. The infinite shield did not move, and Long Fei was not harmed at all. Xiao Wudi's eyes sank and said, Impossible, absolutely impossible. While they were talking, Xiao Wudi's fists danced as they rained down on him. Every time he struck out, it was as if he was hitting the air, completely without any strength. The more he fought, the more frightened he became and the more shocked he became. How can this be? How could this be? Impossible. His attacks were completely useless. He was going crazy. He was a war elder realm, and Long Fei was just a war spirit cultivator. How could this be happening? No one could understand. What was going on? Table of contents. Everyone was dumbfounded. The corner of Long Fei's mouth hooked up. His two eyes stared straight at Xiao Wudi and mocked. Enough, it's my turn now, right? Dragon slaying slash. Boss, go ahead. The third chapter was delivered. There were still 2 days left until the countdown. 8_8419/2356469. The bedevilment dragon Salyer slashed down with one blade. The bedevilment dragon Salyer slashed down with one blade. It cut heavily onto Xiao Wudi's shoulder. Open the skin. Ka. Asterisk the skin was split open and the flesh was lacerated. Aren't you arrogant? You dare be so arrogant for lousy. Long Fei roared out, and the second blade instantly slashed down. Tendon break. Crack. His tendons and veins were broken. Aren't you going to kill me? Come and kill. The anger in Long Fei's heart shot out like a volcano. Break the bones. Crack. The bones split open. Long Fei roared again. My father didn't kill you back then, and left you with a dog life. You don't know how to cherish it, so just obediently turn into a dead dog. Blood severing. Crack. The blood that was spurting out of Hua's head was suddenly cut down by the blade, as if it was stopping the flow of blood. Divine awakening. Soul shake. Slay. With 3 slashes, the dragon Salyer slashed down heavily. The blood light and sword chi continued to spurt out, and in the air, one after another strength stripes exploded as they shot out. With the last slash of the slay, Xiao Wudi was smashed to the ground. Long Fei looked down from above, and his body sank. Rumble. When he landed on the ground trembled. He moved his left fist and hit the ground with an explosive force, splitting pulse technique. It was a martial skill comprehended by the earth explosion. He punched the ground and the ground shook violently. And at this moment Xiao Wudi's body was bounced up, and at this moment. Teleport. Schwa. Long Fei's figure disappeared, and with a lift of the dragon Salyer, a layer of blade aura swept Xiao Wudi, who was in the air, away. His footsteps jolted. Whoosh! Long Fei held onto his blade with one hand and rushed into the air, roaring. To dare go against the Long family's army, this is the result. Dragon chop. Kill. The blade aura was released, flames and blood light interweaving as they slashed crazily on Xiao Wudi's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk. Under an entire 200 slashes, Xiao Wudi's body was smashed into pieces, and he was no longer able to move at all. Half of his body fell from the sky, his head rolling on the ground. Long Fei landed on the ground, the dragon Salyer swept a circle with its finger, and at the same time, it smashed Xiao Wudi's head with a heavy kick. Fuck, who else? Rumble! 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 Long Fei's voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky. At this moment, he was like a god. God-slaying fist. All the evil spirits retreated. Fear rose in their hearts, fear beyond compare. Was this still a human? Long Fei was not a human at all. I want to go home, Mother. I want to go home. Some of the demons were scared to the point of wetting their pants and quickly ran into the forest. He did not want to see Long Fei again. I don't want to stay here any longer. Long Fei was definitely not human. It's the devil. The demon army fled in all directions. Long Fei's dragon Salyer shook, and she bellowed, "Where is the Long family army?" Here. All of the Long family's blood was set ablaze. Too excited. Long Fei's dragon chop was too overbearing. The bloody light and sword aura that erupted from the dragon Salyer, as well as the fiery light and sword aura, were all mighty and domineering. They were excited, their blood boiling. All of the Long family's troops looked at Xiang Longfei, and at that moment, Long Fei was the god in their hearts, the existence of the dragon-winged dragon god. Long Fei waved his arms. Kill! Let them know the power of the Long family's troops, and let them know the death of those who violated my dragon's might. Kill, kill, kill! Kill, kill, kill! The sounds of killing shook the sky. The Long family's troops were like ferocious beasts. A mere 4,000 people chasing after 50,000 people was simply too gorgeous. What kind of domineering power was this? Long Fei stood in place, looking at Xiao Wudi who had exploded under his feet. He laughed excitedly. Explode for me! Release the berserk energy! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Xiao Wudi for obtaining 10 experience points, true breath points, and energy values points. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the Divine Tiger Blood lineage. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Thunder Dragon Rod. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Thunder Dragon Temple Treasure Map 2. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Divine Tiger Body. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, War Spirit level, 9. A series of explosions occurred. Beneath the striking attribute, every single one was a good thing. He did not wait for Long Fei to see the attribute. A notification came from the system. Ding! The Divine Tiger Blood lineage is being absorbed by the Dragon Salyer. Ding! The Dragon Salyer has leveled up to become a Tiger Demon Dragon Salyer. Long Fei was shocked. Seeing the changes in the Dragon Salyer, the energy contained in its body became even stronger. When he killed Xiao Wudi, the Great Demon King released his blood lineage energy, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cause such a huge injury. This feeling, it felt so good. Just that, Long Fei said enviously. You can level up just by absorbing blood lineage. I have killed so many demons that have only leveled up. The gap between them is truly too huge. Looking at the experience that leveling up now, at the sight of that long string of zeros, Long Fei had the urge to smash into a wall. How the F***ck are they going to be promoted? Immediately. Long Fei did not care about the matter of leveling up. He rubbed his hands and thought excitedly. Let's see what kind of good items dropped first. Weapon. Thunder Dragon Rod Grade. Semi-God Upgradable. Description. Thunder Dragon Temple Staff contains terrifying thunder and lightning energy. Kill evil. Description 2. Lightning speed is extremely heavy, requires 50,000 points of the True Breath's touch effect. Description 3. Task item. Open the Thunder Dragon Temple item. The Thunder Dragon Rod looked just like the staff that Shaolin Temple's master used. However, it was completely black, with 8 thunder dragons interweaving together, raising their heads to look at the pearl. The pearl was transparent, as if it was wrapped in a layer of something. A ball of black chi rolled around inside the small space like the soul of the seal, looking extremely strange. Long Fei said, "The semi-artifacts also carry an additional trump card, but what the hell was a quest item? Could it be that this mission can allow it to level up to a holy artifact?" Holy artifact and semi-artifact were two completely different concepts. Thunder Dragon Temple's treasure map too? This thing. Long Fei's mind sunk. He immediately thought about the treasure map that he had bought at the Fengyuan Merchant Union's auction, the treasure map of the Thunder Dragon Temple. Could it be that there is more than one treasure map? Or could it be that I need to gather all of the treasure maps in order to find the location of the Thunder Dragon Temple? Holy **T. What kind of existence is the Thunder Dragon Temple exactly? Long Fei's heart tensed up. He had read countless of books in the Long family's book collection vault, but was unable to find any records regarding the Thunder Dragon Temple. Could it be that he is even more mysterious than the dragon race? Forget it. I'll study it when I have time. Thank you, and Dead Heart, Sunrise, Phoenix, Poor Heavenly Demon, River of Sorrow, Heart, Chuanfen, Cowman, Brother Chui has a temper, I-47, Old Rookie of Kong Ming, Young Man Dreaming, Fat Brother is Invincible, Crazy Book, Zhuge Luyun, Shadow, Light Smile, Qing Qing, Dazwang, Strange Ka, 0786, A Long Time Gone, Heart With You, Leaves of the Chasing Wind, Time Fading, Loach, Night in Widow's Bed, Shang City, Little Xian, Fan, Gucci, Handsome Man Who Kills Himself, God of Wine, Drunk Lu. Ching, so much to thank you for supporting the C. 8_8419/2356470. Black Tiger Mountain, the temporary residence of the Nangong Imperial Clan. Black Tiger Mountain, the temporary residence of the Nangong Imperial Clan. General. The young master of the Long family, Long Fei, rode a huge dragon and came out from the mountains, killing the leader of the demon army, Xiao Wudi. Now that the demon army is scattered everywhere, the Long family's army has a complete victory. Nangong Kun tightened the center of his brows and clenched both his fists tightly, as he asked, "Long Fei? The Long Fei of the Long family's young master?" "Yes, sir," the scout replied. Nangong Kun slammed his palm on the table, causing the table to instantly shatter into pieces. He harumphed coldly, "How in the world did Long Lei do it? You can't even handle a puny piece of trash, and only he wants to negotiate with me?" Humph. He did not think that Long Fei could change the situation. He was completely annihilated because of Long Lei's 6,000 troops, but a sudden reversal. His heart was filled with rage. A deputy general came forward and asked, "General, what do we do now?" "Withdraw." Nangong Kun's eyes moved and revealed a cold smile and said, "Withdraw? Hee. This is the only chance that I, Nangong Jun, have had after waiting for 10 years, and I cannot withdraw." He knew in his heart. This was the only chance to eradicate the Long family's army. And then, Nangong Kun said, "Nangong Wu, you will secretly infiltrate Dragon Valley. You must find Long Lei before Long Fei and the others return to Dragon Valley. I want to work with him from the inside." Nangong Wu trembled and said, "General, will Long Lei agree to it at this time?" Hee. They knew that Long Lei had already pledged allegiance to the Nangong army, so Long Lei had no choice. If he did not cooperate with us, he would die, but if he collaborated with us, there was still a chance for him to survive. Furthermore, as far as I know about him, he's looking forward to our meeting with him. Nangong Wu immediately replied, "This subordinate understands." Nangong Kun laughed. "Just tell him, as long as we can kill Long Fei and the others, he will be the general of the Nangong army." He said that Prince Nangong had promised him. "Yes, sir." Nangong Wu quickly retreated out of the camp. Nangong Kun sneered, "So what if I win against the evil demon? So what if he had subdued the colossal dragon? Long Fei, you are destined to die, ha ha. The Long family's army is doomed to perish. Ha ha ha. Everything was under Nangong Kuan's control. After today, his name would be recorded in the annals of history. At this moment, a soldier walked in and said, "General, I don't know why there are some wolves in Black Tiger Mountain, but they are all demonic beasts level wolves." Huh! Nangong Kuan glared and shouted, "Do you need me to handle such a small matter myself? Wasn't it just a demon beast?" This place is close to the great desolate mountain ranges. Isn't it normal to have demonic beasts here? Ignore it. Pass my order down, the entire army will be out in half an hour. Target Wulong Valley. Yes, sir. Wulong Valley. Long Lei paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. His hands were drenched in cold sweat, his forehead was also covered with sweat, and his heart was filled with incomparable anxiety. He had never thought that Long Fei would make such a huge reversal. Even Xiao Wudi from the War Elder Realm was killed. He had never expected such an outcome. A deputy general rushed in and said, "General, according to your orders, the entrance to Dragon Mountain Valley is closed." Long Lei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Very good." The deputy general asked, "General, shouldn't we rush out to kill the evil demons together? Why did you close the entrance?" Long Lei looked at the assistant general and said, "Chen Yuan, I've always been optimistic about you. The first thing I thought of when General Long Lei and General Long Feng betrayed me was to support you as the new general." Chen Yuan's eyes were filled with gratitude as he said, "Thank you, great general." Long Lei asked, "Chen Yuan, can I trust you?" Chen Yuan immediately said, "Great general, if you have anything to say, just say it. I, Chen Yuan, will die for sure." Long Lei said, "All right, this matter is done, you are the new general. Go to the Nangong army, find Nangong Kuan and have him send troops to kill the Long family's rebel army." At this moment, a man wearing a black robe walked in and lightly said, "General Long Lei, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'm already here." As they spoke, Nangong Wu took off his black robe. Long Lei's eyes flashed, and he shouted excitedly, "Finally here!" Chen Yuan looked at Nangong Wu, then looked at Long Lei, his body slightly swaying as he said, "Great General, you colluded with Nangong Jun?" As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Wu suddenly made a move. His 5 fingers formed a claw and directly pressed onto Chen Yuan's head. 5 bloody holes appeared and blood shot out. Instantly killed. Nangong Wu slightly smiled. "Since you know, then you won't be able to live anymore." And then, Nangong Wu looked at Long Lei. The two of them plotted in the tent. Not long after, Long Lei's excited laughter came out. "Everything will go according to General Nangong's plan." The corner of Long Lei's mouth revealed a sinister smile, and muttered, "Long Fei, you won't be able to escape this time, ha ha ha." Meng Yu brought Pioneer Camp. Long Lei brought along the Lightning Dragon Army, and Long Feng brought along the Wind Dragon Army to chase after the Demon Army to kill them. With Xiao Wudi's death, the Demon Army had completely lost all ability to fight. Moreover, Long Fei's fear had solidified in their hearts, and they were incomparably afraid. Not even 20,000 demon army managed to escape. From today onwards, the tribes within the demon territory would never dare to have the thought of invading them again. The Long family's army was simply too terrifying. Long Fei was too terrifying. Even their evil ancestor was subdued by Long Fei. How were they going to fight against the Long family? From morning until afternoon, Meng Yu and the others only stopped after they had chased the demon army back to the deepest parts of the great desolate mountain range. Long Fei untied the rope on Long Yun's body and said respectfully, "Auntie, I've made you suffer." Long Yun looked at Long Fei and smiled happily. Hearing "Aunt," the hatred in her heart for all these years was completely gone. "You're much stronger than your father, ha ha ha." At this moment, Long Fei pulled the leopard girl up as well and said, "Call me Aunt." The leopard girl cutely said, "Aunt." It was like a young wife that had just entered the sect. After she finished calling out, her face flushed red. Long Yun looked at Long Fei, and his smile became even more joyous. "You're really much stronger than your father. I was the one who saved your father back then, but you saved me today." Meng Yu brought Long Shan and the others and walked up, knelt on one knee and said with a heavy voice, "Greetings, young master." As soon as his voice faded, more than 4,000 soldiers kneeled on the ground and shouted in unison, "We greet the young master. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young lord." His voice shook the heavens, resounding through the clouds. Strongest upgrade system, at this moment. Long Fei was their master, the Ji Zun of the Long family. The new controller of the Long family's army. Long Fei also felt his blood boiling as he roared, "Return to camp." The second chapter was delivered. 8_8419/2356471. Wait! Wait! Long Lei, Long Yun, and Meng Yu all stepped forward at the same time. Long Fei was startled and asked, "What's wrong?" And then, Long Lei pulled Long Fei aside and told him about Long Lei's collusion with him. How preposterous! Long Fei was enraged. To think my grandfather trusted him so much. He actually colluded with Nangong Lei. Report. Reporting to young master, the main gate of the Wulong Valley has been closed. No matter how I knock on the door, it will not open. A soldier of the Long family hurried back and said. This time, Long Fei was completely enraged. "Long Lei, do you still want to turn the sky upside down? Someone, come. Return to the camp. Whoever opens the gates is the Long family's rebel. The consequences for them are death." The killing intent from Long Fei's body was released. What was the Long family army? It was the foundation of the Long family. Long Fei would definitely not allow anyone to want to split him. Whoever dared to divide the Long family's army, he would be the Long family's biggest enemy. 10 minutes later, Long Fei walked up to the entrance of the Wulong Valley stronghold. At this moment, the gate of the mountain stronghold was tightly shut, and the city gate was showing a defensive posture. Crossbowmen, catapulting machines, all of them were on high alert, and were much stronger than when they were dealing with the demon army. Obviously, Long Lei wanted to rebel. There were more than 10,000 Long family troops inside. Not to mention whether or not they could win, they were all elites of the Long family army. Once they started a war, the Long family army would kill each other. Long Fei did not want to see this kind of situation. The Long family's army was heavily injured, and the news would quickly spread to the imperial capital. At that time, the Long family would be in an even more dangerous situation. However, the current Long Fei did not know that Nangong Lei and the Nangong imperial family had already known about the demon army's invasion of the Wurm Valley. Fire Glass City's Long family was in danger from all sides. Long Fei suppressed the anger in his heart and said faintly, "Open the door." On top of the city gate tower, a man who looked like a deputy general said, "General has ordered, in order to prevent the demon army from counterattacking, we will not open the city gates today. Young Master Long Fei, you should rest outside. When we are certain that the demon army will not counterattack, we will open the gate for you." Fuck you. No matter how kind he was, he couldn't help but erupt into flames. Furthermore, Long Fei's temper had always been very explosive. He scolded angrily, "Your mother, you still know this daddy is the young master? Open the door for lousy." The true breath poured in and surged. That deputy general said, "Young chieftain, life is difficult. Without the general's order, we do not dare to open the door. Young chieftain, please forgive us. I forgive your 18 generations of ancestors." Long Fei scolded angrily once again and shouted, "Call Long Lei out for me." Just as Long Fei finished his sentence, the city gates opened. "Ha ha ha!" Long Lei led a fist full of elite soldiers to welcome them. A smile hung on Long Lei's face as he said, "Welcome, young master. Today the young master has displayed his divine might, killing all of demon army to show off the might of our Long family's army." At this moment, Long Lei took a step forward and said softly, "Young master, those around Long Lei are his trusted aides, and they are all at the war chief realm." Long Fei nodded his head. He walked to Long Lei's side and laughed, and then suddenly Long Fei's leg kicked out, hitting his leg. He kicked deeply into Long Lei's crotch. Crack! The sound was like an egg falling to the ground and breaking into pieces. Long Lei's legs were clenched tightly as his body curled up. His face was flushed red, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even breathe. His two eyes were staring straight at Long Fei, and his eyes were bloodshot. He did not expect Long Fei to suddenly attack. He was completely unprepared. One of his trusted aides suddenly rushed forward, but was stopped by Long Lei's hand. He stared at Long Fei with two eyes and said, "I wonder why young master wants to make a move against me." Long Fei laughed coldly, raised his hand and moved his foot a little. It was also at this time. Long Lei's expression tensed, and immediately revealed a defensive posture. However, Long Fei stretched out his hand and started to dig his nose. Long Lei retracted his nervous expression and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The moment he heaved a sigh of relief, Long Fei kicked him again. Crack! The other egg was also shattered. Long Lei was in so much pain that he directly knelt to the ground, his face turning red and white. Who would have thought that Long Fei would be such a rascal? He thought Long Fei was going to attack, but he didn't. He thought that if Long Fei did not take action, Long Fei would take action instead. Long Fei! Long Lei's head was about to burst into flames, the battle chi on his body was released unrestrainedly, two gloomy eyes stared straight at Long Fei, as though he wanted to eat him up. Long Fei glared at him. "Long Lei, you still know that I'm the young master, why didn't you kneel down when you knew I'm the young master? Shameless trash!" Long Fei's voice was like thunder. He stared at the elite warriors behind Long Lei who were eyeing him covetously and said coldly, "I did not hear what you said clearly, did I?" While they were talking, with a move of his right hand, he summoned out his dragon Salyer and placed it on his shoulder. Long Fei suddenly bellowed, "Is your father's words useless? Kneel!" Powerful and domineering. Long Fei's tyranny caused Long Lei to be caught off guard. Who would have thought that Long Fei would beat them down the moment he appeared? Long Lei clenched his teeth tightly as he crawled up from the ground. His voice also became gloomy as he said in disdain, "Long Fei, it is not up to you to decide whether or not you are the young master. You are the young master of the Long family in the Fire-Glass City. Humph! If you do not complete the quest's highest difficulty, you are not qualified to make us kneel." Long Lei's eyes were filled with disdain. "If you want us to kneel down and worship you, then you have to take out some strength. Today is the last day of the mission. If you do not kill any demon beasts, even if you fail the mission, you do not have the qualifications to make us kneel down, and even more so have no qualifications to take over the Long family's army. Do you understand?" When Long Lei spoke, his two angry eyes were as ferocious as a demon beast's. "I don't think you can finish it either. It's better if you don't disgrace yourself and just go back to where you came from." Long Lei sneered. The pain in his thigh was still intense. He kept holding back. Long Yun walked forward and said, "Long Lei, the fighting strength Long Fei displayed just now is enough to make the Long family's troops submit. He is our young master, the one in charge of the Long family's army." As soon as Long Yun finished speaking, "Young Lord! Young Lord! Young Lord!" over 4,000 Long family warriors shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Long Lei gave a disdainful sneer and said, "Long Yun, a mission is a mission. If you can display a little bit of fighting strength, then you are nothing but a cat or dog. You Long Lei, don't be too presumptuous. To dare insult the Long family's young master like this, Long Lei, what are you trying to do? Strongest upgrade system. At the same time, Long Lei and Long Feng stepped forward and shouted. What for? Long Lei laughed coldly, stared at Long Fei and said, Have you completed your mission? If you're not finished, then scram for lousy. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister and became cold. Long Lei, you are asking for a beating. The third chapter, Berserk Countdown. One day had passed. The day after that had passed. If everyone had a monthly ticket, they would vote for it. 8_8419/2356472. Humph! Humph! Long Lei coldly snorted and said, My face deserves a slap? Long Fei, if you don't take out enough monster head today, your face will be smashed. Long Fei slowly retreated a few steps, then laughed. Very good. Then let's see whose face will be smashed. At this moment, Long Yun grabbed Long Fei and said, Young master, you don't need to do this. Long Lei also said, You have already proven yourself, and the mission assessment only allows you to prove yourself. Now that you have proven yourself, there is no need to take out any monster head. Long Feng followed. That's right, Long Lei will not admit it, we can just admit it. 3-rate monster and beast S were easy to obtain, but 5-level monster S were not that difficult. It was impossible to kill so many demon beasts in a short month. This was the most difficult mission and so far, no one had ever completed it. They were worried about Long Fei. If he could not take out those monster heads, Long Lei would make use of this opportunity to stir up a ruckus, refusing to acknowledge Long Fei's identity. Furthermore, Long Fei was not allowed to take even half a step into Dragon Valley. Long Lei looked at the three of them and laughed coldly, saying, What's the use of you admitting it? I want the Long family's army to admit that they are not qualified to make us kneel down before them, much less take charge of their troops. Long Fei, I think you better not embarrass yourself and scram back to Fireglass City. Long Lei revealed a smirk on his face. Right now, he dared to deduce that Long Fei did not have enough monster heads out, especially that 5-level monster's head, which was even more so. As long as Long Fei did not take it out, he had an excuse not to admit it, and also, the next thing would be much easier. Actually, just as Long Yun and the others had said, Long Fei did not need to do this. However, Long Fei had his own thoughts. He did not need Long Lei's proof to prove anything. Instead, he was thinking about the proof from the Long family's army in Dragon Valley. What the Long army believed in was power. If he used his strongest power, it would frighten them. In addition to taming a huge dragon and killing Xiao Wudi, all of these would cause a deterrent force. This way, they wouldn't have to kill any of the Long family's army to hold Long Lei in the air. The moment Long Lei appeared, Long Fei could make his move, but the moment he did, it was a civil war between the Long family's army and the Long family. The losers would all be the Long family. The Long family was already in a precarious situation. If the Long family army was in a state of unrest again, then the Long family would be in an even more dangerous situation. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. If he wants to see, then let him have a good look. As soon as he finished, Long Fei's voice was as loud as a bell. He said, All of you watch this carefully. The sound reverberated in the air above Dragon Mountain Valley. All the soldiers of the Long family within the valley were paying attention, and the city walls were filled with people. Long Lei laughed coldly. Stop wasting time, hurry up and start. Long Fei looked at Long Lei. Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the 3-rate monster and beast's head flew out from the space ring and in less than a minute, 100 of them were placed in front of Long Lei. Long Lei laughed coldly. Is that all? This kind of low-level demon beast can be killed even if it's trash. Long Lei, don't be too arrogant. Long Shan shouted out. Long Lei didn't even look at him and sneered. Who do you think you are? You don't even have the qualifications to talk to me. In that instant, Long Fei once again took out the 10 heads of 4 rating monster and beast. Another pile. The hearts of many of the Long family's soldiers shook. Level 3, the 4 rating monster and beast's head has been completed. Now, only the 5 level monster's head is left. Will it be completed? This is the most difficult mission. Back then, even the genius Long Zhanting did not complete it. Could his son do it? So excited. Ha ha! The most difficult mission. Long Fei being able to do such a thing is already proof of himself. That's right, this young lord is strong enough. I don't think there are any 5-level monster, so it's impossible for me to take them out. The Long family army behind Long Fei discussed softly. The Long army on the city wall was also discussing, as were the Long army in the valley. Everyone's heart tensed up. They were all waiting for the answer. Could Long Fei take out the 5-level monster's head? Long Lei's heart was also secretly nervous as he looked at Long Fei, who stopped with a sneer. Why did you stop? Continue, there is still one more 5-level monster. What can killing these monsters prove? To prove that your mission was a failure, get the hell back to Fireglass City? Mengyu could not take it anymore and shouted. Long Lei, if it was you, would you be able to kill these low-level beasts? Don't just stand there and talk, you can still look back. Long Lei laughed. You dog, you found a new master so quickly? You! Mengyu frowned. At this moment, Long Fei exhaled and said solemnly, look carefully. He stretched out his right hand and used his right arm's strength to boom. A giant head came out from the space ring and placed in front of Long Lei. Just right. Wild Mountain Devil's 2 eyes that were full of grievance as they stared unwaveringly at Long Lei. That kind of powerful deterrent force caused Long Lei to stagger backward. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wild Mountain Devil. 7 rating monster and beasts. Oh my god, Wild Mountain Devil is a horde leader level demon beast. No matter how many times we surrounded and killed him, we suffered huge losses. However, we were killed by young Master Long Fei. Too fierce. Young Lord, young Lord, young Lord. He completed the most difficult task. This is too amazing. This is the Long family's young master. Young master, young master. Next, outside the valley, within the valley, on top of the city walls, more and more voices started to ring out. Young Lord, young Lord, young Lord. Young Lord, young Lord, young Lord. Long Fei took a step forward, stood in front of Long Lei, and said condescendingly, Long Lei, continue to act arrogantly in front of this father, this father. Call again. While they were talking, Long Lei was stunned. Looking at Wild Mountain Devil's 2 lantern-like eyes, he was actually unable to react for a moment. His face was pale, as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in dozens of places. He slowly got up from the ground. At this moment, Long Fei roared fiercely, kneel down. The Long family army behind him was completely set ablaze. Too excited, too excited. Conquering the huge dragon and killing Xiao Wudi, now that even the 7 rating monster and beasts had been killed by Long Fei, this kind of shock formed a monstrous wave that rolled and rolled in everyone's heart. =half carrot float hashtag life carrot. His blood was boiling. Mengyu took a step forward and she roared, kneel. Long Shan, Long Lei, Long Yun, Long Feng and a few other disciples of the Long family all stepped forward and shouted at Long Lei, kneel. The 4,000 Long clan soldiers behind him also loudly shouted, kneel. 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 The first chapter thanks all the brothers for their rewards. 8_8419/2356473. Long Lei's face was as white as paper, staring at Long Fei with extreme unwillingness in his heart. Long Lei's face was as white as paper, staring at Long Fei with extreme unwillingness in his heart. It was also at this time. People continued to kneel down on the city walls. Within Dragon Mountain Valley, countless soldiers of the Long family kneeled down. Because they were shocked, because they admired Long Fei, and because they acknowledged him as well, but they were completely subdued by him. It was also because Long Fei had completed the most difficult mission, the first in history. Long Lei was unwilling. Long Fei took a step forward and coldly looked at Long Lei and said, "Still not kneeling?" His aura began to emanate from his body. Long Lei frowned, his fists were clenched tightly, his anger was ignited like a flame. In that instant, Long Fei was suddenly furious. He slapped him hard. "I told you to kneel down." "Pa!" The crisp slap caused the surrounding sounds to instantly quiet down. The third time. The first 2 times it was because Long Lei was caught off guard, and did not expect Long Fei to make a move, but this time it was because Long Lei was stunned. They were shaken by the head of the wild mountain devil, and the aura of someone in a superior position that was being emitted from Long Fei's body. His heart was incomparably shocked. A slap to the face. It was fiery hot and incomparably painful. This slap also caused him to kneel on the ground with a bang, the anger in his heart boiling. However, he was very ruthless in his heart. "Long Fei, you dog, I will let you be arrogant for a while, you will soon kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness." Long Lei knelt down. The 10 or so elite warriors behind him also knelt down in unison, unwilling to give up. The soldiers of the Long family on the city wall, and the ones from the Wulong Valley all knelt down together. His voice shook the heavens as he shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the young lord. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young lord." The sound echoed through the clouds. Meng Yu, Long Shan, Long Yun, and the others were all extremely excited, clenching their fists tightly. They were secretly excited. "So cool. Ha ha ha. Young Master Long Fei is really too handsome." A young master that the Long family's troops had never so much respect. Never. In the hearts of every single one of them, Long Fei was the supreme expert of the Long family. The Long family's hope. Long Fei looked down at the world from the bottom of his heart. He looked at the kneeling Long family's troops and suddenly shouted, "All of you, stand up!" Swish, 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 swish. Long Lei and the others stood up. Long Fei said, "Open the city gate, we want to enter the valley." Long Lei raised his hand to signal that he could not open the city gate, smiled slightly and said, "Young master, the valley is currently in a mess, it is not able to accommodate so many people, and although the demon army is forced back, but the evil demons are born cunning, maybe they will retaliate. I need the Long family's army to guard the 2 sides of the valley." Long Lei shouted, "Long Lei, are you blind? We have killed all of the demon army without leaving a single one of them alive. They have no ability to resist or even fight back, so there is no need to guard the 2 sides of the valley." Long Feng also followed. "Long Lei, what exactly do you mean?" Long Lei's eyes narrowed as he smiled faintly and said, "I am the great general. I have the right to order the 2 sides of the valley to guard against the demon army's attacks." Long Yun said, "Great senior fellow apprentice, you still have a chance to go back." Meng Yu was an impatient one and said straightforwardly, "You're just a fart general, you don't have the qualifications to order us." Long Lei completely ignored them and looked at Long Fei with an ice-cold gaze. Long Fei asked, "What do you want?" Long Lei laughed. "You are the young master, your identity is precious, and naturally you are different from them. You can enter the valley to rest, but there is one thing you can only bring in one person, and the rest of the Long family can only guard outside the valley." What happened just now was just to stall for time. Long Lei was waiting for Nangong Jun. It should be about now. Moreover, everything that Nangong Wu had prepared at Dragon reaches. Long Lei looked at Long Fei with interest and said, "If you don't dare to enter the valley, then rest outside." Intimidation? Long Yun grabbed Long Fei and shook his head. "Long Fei, don't go. Young lord, you can't go." I can't go. They were well aware of Long Lei's betrayal, but they didn't have any evidence. Even if they told others about it, the Long family army in Dragon Mountain Valley might not believe it. Moreover, they knew what Long Fei wanted to do. Long Lei laughed disdainfully. You don't dare? What about the Long family's young master? In my opinion, he's just a coward. How could he be fit to be the Long family's young master with such guts? Ha ha! As timid as a mouse. He was still angering Long Fei. How could Long Fei not know how to goad him? Long Fei gently released Long Yun's hand and smiled. I'll go, I'm the young master of the Long family. Is there anything that I don't dare to go to? Young lord. Long Fei. Everyone stepped forward together. It was clear that there was a trap inside, and if they went in, it would be a trap of death for them. Long Lei would definitely not let Long Fei live. How could Long Fei not know? However, in order to minimize the casualties in the Long family army, for the sake of the Long family, for the sake of grandfather and uncle, Long Fei had no other choice. Long Lei laughed, his heart laughing with incomparable arrogance and complacency, and thought to himself, Brat, it's time for your death. Long Fei looked at Long Lei and said, I'm going by myself. I have something to say to them before I go. Long Lei said, Young master, I will be waiting for you inside. Long Lei laughed complacently, and then walked through the side door into Sleeping Dragon Valley. Don't worry about me. After I enter, Nangong Jun will definitely come to attack you all. You all do not need to worry. Someone will help you all. At that time, Long Fei's gaze tensed up as he said in a low voice, When the Nangong army is defeated, catch up to them with all your strength. You must completely annihilate the Nangong army. Huh? What? Young master, who will help us? Is Nangong Jun already here? What's going on? None of them understood what Long Fei was planning. Long Fei looked at the leopard girl and said, If you listen to her orders, she will know who is going to help us. Remember my words, if you want to annihilate the entire Nangong army, don't leave a single one of them alive. This is extremely important, understand? I understand. Her head was full of fog, and she completely didn't understand what Long Fei was doing. At a time like this, who would still come and help them? However, since Long Fei had said it like that, they were prepared in their hearts. Furthermore, Meng Yu had quickly passed down an order down, allowing everyone to gather their energy and prepare for battle. After he finished saying all these, Long Fei calmly walked into Dragon Valley. Can the young lord really do it alone? I have a bad feeling about this. I'm really unhappy that I can't help the young lord. If Long Lei dares to go against the young master, I will kill him even at the risk of my life. On the city wall, Long Lei smiled. Seeing Long Fei walk in by himself, he couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. Long Fei walked towards death, ha ha. Long Fei walked to the city gate and slightly lifted his eyes. Looking at the proud and cold Long Lei who was hanging on the wall, he shouted, Open the gate. The city gates opened. Long Fei walked in, and with a smirk, he said, Long Lei, who knows which one will end up dying. Chapter 2. 8_8419/2356474. Beneath the city walls, Long Fei had consumed the last of the true pill. Beneath the city walls, Long Fei had consumed the last of the true pill. Yi Zichen looked at the true breath value. The confidence in his heart increased. After entering Dragon Valley, he saw 2 rows of black armored warriors wearing black armored masks and holding onto black dragon spears. Killing intent. The moment he entered Wulong Valley, Long Fei felt a strong killing intent. Other than the black armored warriors, there were no other Long family army warriors around. All of them had been moved far away. The black armored warriors were personally trained by him as elites, so they were absolutely loyal to him. Each of the 100 black armored warriors was a war chief realm. Killing a Long Fei who was only in the war spirit realm was easy. Moreover, amongst these black-armored warriors, there were still people hiding with Nangong Wu, so they came prepared. Long Fei strode forward. Long Lei and a black-robed man stood in front of the general's tent with a smile on their faces as they watched Long Fei walk towards them step by step, towards death. Long Lei laughed complacently. "Long Fei, you really dare to come?" Long Fei laughed. "The Long family army belongs to my Long family. As the young master of the Long family, why would I not dare to come here?" "Ha ha ha!" Long Lei threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Do you see a member of your Long family here?" Long Fei swept his gaze across them and said, "Long Lei, what do you mean by this?" Looking at Long Fei's shocked expression, Long Lei could not help but smile and say, "The meaning is simple, today is the day you die. Not just you. The Long army outside the valley will also die. From today onwards, there won't be any more Long army in this world." Ha ha ha! After he finished speaking, Long Lei started laughing loudly again. Long Fei pretended not to understand and said, "Long Lei, you betrayed the Long family?" As he spoke, Long Fei used the true breath to spread his voice out to every corner of the floating Dragon Valley. The isolated Long family soldiers' faces darkened. They all whispered. Long Lei never thought that Long Fei would do such a thing and laughed loudly. "Traitor of the Long family? Ha ha ha! Long Fei, you wouldn't only know about it now, right? Your Long family is about to be annihilated. What is there for me to stay for? Only by following King Nangong can you have a future. Long Fei, a good bird chooses a tree, don't you understand that?" His voice was also magnified by Long Fei using true breath, and spread to every corner of the Wyrm Valley. The isolated Long family army was in an uproar. Long Fei continued, "What has the Long family done to let you down? Since the founding of the Long family's ancestor, there has never been a person who rebelled. Long Lei, when you turn back now, I will see that nothing has happened to me." Ha ha ha! Long Lei laughed out loud. "Then I'll be the first one. Long Fei, you're about to die and you want to persuade me to turn back? You're really pitiful, extremely pitiful," Long Lei said in disdain. The corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back and said, "I'm going to die?" Long Lei laughed. "If it wasn't for you dying, then who would have died?" "Oh, right, those Long army outside the city will also die." While they were talking, Long Lei looked at the sky and said, "It's about time." Black-robed man nodded. "We should be there soon." At this moment, shouts and screams came from outside the valley. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Long Lei laughed proudly. He stared at Long Fei excitedly. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Your people are crying and screaming, ha ha! General Nangong has already arrived. He will kill all 4,000 of the Long family's troops, ha ha! Long Fei, are you telling me that it's not good for a useless person like you to obediently bring the Fire Glass City along? Why did you come to Dragon Reaches? You think you alone can fight me?" Ha ha ha! Long Lei was incomparably excited and pleased with himself, as he thought that everything was set in stone. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up. When Long Lei smiled, he also laughed. Moreover, his smile was extremely sinister. Long Lei was startled and said, "Long Fei, you can still laugh? Just now I knelt down in front of you, but now, kneel before your father." Long Lei's voice sank. The power of the war chief realm burst forth, forming a strong pressure. He roared again, "Kneel!" Long Fei's body faintly moved. A strong pressure crushed the sea of consciousness, and the mind felt as if something weighing tens of thousands of kilograms was pressing down on the body. It was incomparably uncomfortable. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he laughed coldly. "Long Lei, your death is imminent and you still don't know? Go out and take a look, and see who it is that is crying and shouting, whose people are shrieking, whose people are being massacred, ha ha ha! Fight with me! Long Lei, You don't have the qualifications to fight me. Long Lei looked shocked as he sneered. Do you think I'm trying to scare the big one? Nangong Wu's face changed slightly. It was also at this time. A soldier on the city gate shouted loudly, Great General, Nangong Jun has been surrounded and killed by a pack of flaming wolves. Long Lei and General Long Feng are leading over 4,000 Long family troops to surround and kill Nangong Jun. What should we do? As soon as his voice faded, Long Lei staggered backwards, unable to stand steadily. Nangong Wu's face changed greatly. His eyes stared straight at Long Fei. Kid, what did you do? Long Fei said coldly. Nangong Jun has attempted to ambush my Long family's army, kill them all. What? Long Fei, I think you are tired of living. Immediately order your men to leave, if not. Nangong Lei was furious. The 30,000 people that he had brought with him this time was an elite among elite. They were Nangong Lei's trump card. If they were all annihilated, it was hard for Nangong Lei to stand firmly in the Fireglass City. Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed arrogantly. Weren't you being very arrogant just now? Aren't you smiling very happily and feeling very proud of yourself? Come, come, come. Smile one more time for this old man. Long Lei, didn't you want me to kneel for you? Now, who's going to kneel down to who? Who's going to King die? Long Fei's anger surged, and immediately came out with a curse. The anger in his heart also burst out in an instant. Long Lei's eyes turned sinister. He gritted his teeth and roared. Long Fei, so what if Nangong Jun is defeated? You are still in my hands, and you will die just the same. After you die, I will send out troops in the name of exterminating those demon beasts. At that time, I will kill all of those Long family's rebel soldiers. Now you will lose. Nangong Wu roared out, Don't waste words with him, kill him. I lost. Long Fei sneered. Look at the surrounding Long family's army, look who lost? It was unknown when, but the surrounding area was filled with the isolated Long family troops. All of their eyes were filled with anger as they stared straight at Long Lei. Long Lei's expression panicked and shouted, What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? The Long family's army was slightly startled. Long Lei's deterrence level was extremely high. Long Fei's heart sank, and he immediately shouted, The one who rebelled, Long Lei, you're dead today. Long Fei, let's see who will die today. Long Lei clenched his fists and roared, Dragon Lock Tactical Method, kill! It was the work of the Long family's ancestors. Even dragons were trapped, and for tens of thousands of years, no one had been able to break through it. The strongest formation, Dragon-Locked Tactical Method. Long Fei was on the verge of death. The third chapter was delivered, Berserk tomorrow night. 8_8419/2356475. 100 experienced war chief realm experts would be even more powerful, not to mention the dragon-locked tactical method created by the Long family ancestor, which was even more unstoppable. Long Fei's dragon Salyer could not even resist it. Teleportation could not penetrate the defense and could not break out. The power of the mountain hit fist could not be unleashed at all. Even opening Wushuang was useless. Everything was locked up by the gigantic dragon-locked tactical method. What should we do? What should we do? Long Fei's mind kept working. Swish! Swish! S body staggered. If not for the dragon armor and the defense of the King Kong shield, Long Fei's entire body would have been riddled with holes. Ha ha ha! Long Fei, how does the dragon-lock tactical method feel? This is a formation that your ancestors set up that even giant dragons could trap. Furthermore, the formation has been in use for so long that no one has been able to break it. Ha ha! Isn't it fun for your master to use the array formation to kill the Long family? Ha ha! Seeing Long Fei being beaten up to the point that he couldn't even breathe, Long Lei excitedly laughed out loud. No one knew the secrets of the dragon-locked tactical method. No one in the Long family knew where the core of the formation was, except from the founder of the Long family. If he couldn't find the core of the formation, he wouldn't be able to break it. This was the Long family's killing move. This was also the grave that Long Lei had dug for Long Fei. Nangong Wu could not help but start to sneer. General Long Lei, you're the smart one. Using the Long family's formation to kill the Long family's people, haha. This move is really vicious, I like it. But we have to hurry. Nangong Wu was worried that his big brother would not be able to hold on. Long Lei laughed. Don't worry, look at him. He's like a dog in a cage, he'll be killed very soon, haha. The surrounding Long family army stepped forward. Long Lei's voice was suddenly heard for a while. You all better wait obediently at the side, if not don't blame me for being impolite. Swish! Swish! 2 more spears pierced through Long Fei's arms, causing blood to gush out. Long Fei still could not find the crux of the array, and was still unable to break through it. His cultivation technique, strength, and true breath seemed to be locked in place. The power of the dragon-locked tactical method was simply too great. Long Lei laughed complacently. I have spent a whole 10 years cultivating these black-armored warriors, making them eat and sleep together, training their tacit understanding to the peak, one of them moving, the other 99 people moving in an instant. Although I have not released the greatest amount of power from the dragon-locked tactical method, it is enough to kill you, this kind of trash, ha. Long Fei is this great. Long Lei laughed madly. You want me to kneel down and act arrogantly in front of me? This is great, ha. Long Fei resisted with all his might. Given how ignorant he was of formations, he really couldn't think of any solutions. Furthermore, everything about him had been sealed. This was a huge headache for him. Even Dragon Salyer would not be able to bring it out. This feeling was too unbearable. No formation aperture, no formation aperture, this is not. It's not there. No. No. Long Fei's brain was still working hard. Why does this array have no eyes? Impossible. A formation without an array core doesn't work at all. Long Fei looked at his feet. Suddenly, Long Fei's forehead shook. Fuck. Myself, I am the core of this formation. How brilliant. Too brilliant. Ancestor was truly too clever. He used the trapped enemies as the eye of the formation. Even if he were to die, he would not be able to find the core of the formation. Long Fei's heart was boiling. And at this moment, Long Fei suddenly moved, his eyes firmly locking onto Long Lei. He roared, Wushuang, open! 1. The attributes in his body were released twice over. Next, Long Fei took out a black staff from the space ring S, Thunder Dragon Rod. The might of the holy artifact was released. The idea sank, the Thunder Dragon Rod in Long Fei's right hand shook, and directly stabbed into the ground, activating True Breath. The enormous True Breath rushed into the Thunder Dragon Rod. Next, Baidu search. Half afloat, the 8 lightning dragons on Long Lei's staff roared, and all of them charged out, transforming into incredibly thick bolts of lightning. With Long Fei as the center, they began to wreak havoc everywhere. Death. Death. Or was it death? Chapter 1 Subscription 8_8419/2356476 8 lightning dragons were unstoppable. 8 lightning dragons were unstoppable. Anger, madness, annihilation. The 100 black armored warriors were blasted to smithereens by the thunderous force. Ding! Ding! Ding ding ding! S mind continuously rang with the names of 100 notifications. It was extremely pleasing. This is only the semi-artifact. What if it becomes a holy artifact? No, I have to find time to use Thunder Dragon Rod S to level up. Mass killing techniques are too important to me. His experience points had risen by a great deal. Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the Thunder Dragon Rod would actually be able to unleash such a large-scale destructive power. The 8 dragons enraged, spreading to all corners of the land. This scene was too King gorgeous. Long Fei couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Looking at the dumbstruck Long Lei and Nangong Wu, who were in the distance and unable to say a single word, Long Fei laughed coldly, smiling? Keep laughing. Smile for lousy again. Long Lei was confused. The dragon-locked tactical method was invincible. How could it be broken? Long Fei was merely in the war spirit realm, so his cultivation was even more impossible. Why did this happen? Long Lei couldn't understand. He didn't even know how the dragon-locked tactical method was broken through. How did Long Fei know? Where was the formation core? Furthermore, no one knew, only the ancestors of the Long family who created this formation back then knew about it, so how could Long Fei know about it? Furthermore, what exactly was the weapon beside Long Fei? He was actually able to release 8 incomparably violent thunder dragons, each with the strength of a thunderbolt that could kill 100 black-armored elites in an instant. Long Lei looked at the black-armored warriors turning into powder one after another. His heart sank even more as he muttered to himself, "This is not real. This is definitely not real." The might of Holy Artifact S were too powerful. The surrounding Long family troops were even more shocked. If the dragon-lock tactical method could be broken through, then Long Fei's strength would be too strong. In the hearts of every single one of them, Long Fei's position would rise to a new height. Suddenly, Nangong Wu bellowed, "Brat, go and die." The surrounding Long family guards shouted loudly, "Young master, be careful." Nangong Wu's claws moved, wind blew out from his 5 fingers, grabbing Xiang Longfei's head. If this claw hit, Long Fei's head would be ripped apart. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. He took out the dragon's salure and laughed out loud. "My blade is already unable to endure the thirst." Buzz! The blood aura of the dragon's salure moved. Shwa! Long Fei took a step forward, and directly faced Nangong Wu. A claw came at him. A blade came down. Roar! Roar! 2 roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the dragon's salure. One was the wild mountain devil, the other was the divine tiger roar. Crack! Ah! Nangong Wu screamed out in pain, both his claws were cut off and blood spurted out from his wounds. While he's sick, take his life. Teleport! Swish! Long Fei instantly appeared behind Nangong Wu, retracting the dragon's salure and sinking both of his fists. Both fists hit the ground. The ground suddenly shook, and the ground split apart. A powerful burst of earth energy directly blew Nangong Wu up into the air, and with a leap, Long Fei's fists were like hammers. Mountain hit fist. One hug, one bang. The large Power King Kong ape's silhouette moved between heaven and earth, and smashed right into Nangong Wu's head. Boom! Headshot, instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Nangong Wu for obtaining an experience point, True Breath 200, energy values 10 points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. The uplifting sound continued to ring out, releasing a few trashy items. Long Fei did not even take a glance at them, as he was not the least bit interested in them. The surrounding Long family troops were once again shocked by Long Fei. The slay of the dragon salure. The speed of teleportation. It could be described as perfect if all the links were linked by pure force. Too cool. He's really too handsome. If I were a woman, I would have loved young master to death. F***ck, if I were a woman, would it still be your turn? If you were women, then I would have killed you already. But young master Long Fei is so handsome, we can't kill each other. Ha ha. Young master, I love you. I want to give birth to your baby. Some of the Long family soldiers were so excited that they began to cry. The shock that Long Fei gave them got stronger and stronger, and the worship of power made them admire Long Fei even more. It was also at this time The Long family's army immediately surrounded Long Lei. Long Fei stood beside the Thunder Dragon Rod and stared coldly at Long Lei. He then arrogantly said, "Long Lei, is this great?" Giggle. Long Lei clenched his fists tightly. The battle chi on his body gushed out berserk, directly forcing all of the Long family's troops who were near him to retreat. Long Fei. Gritting her teeth. Long Fei's gaze turned sinister as he laughed coldly. "Must be great, right?" "Ah." Long Lei was infuriated. The armor on his body was immediately destroyed by the battle chi. With a move of his right hand, he took out a golden dragon spear, and with a move of his spear, he pierced through the air. Immediately, countless golden spears appeared in the air as Long Lei took a step forward. Boom! The killing intent on the battlefield flared up, and Long Lei rushed towards Xiang Longfei. "Be careful, young lord. Be careful, young lord. We will block Long Lei." The Long family army swiftly blocked. Long Fei shouted, "You guys get out of the way!" As soon as he finished, Long Fei followed suit and stepped forward, hooking up the Thunder Dragon Rod that was stuck in the ground with his feet. The Thunder Dragon Rod flew in midair and then landed heavily. In that instant, Long Fei moved to Long Lei's side, holding onto the Thunder Dragon Rod with one hand and thrusting it forward fiercely. Boom! One spear, the other staff collided with each other. His strength exploded outwards. The Thunder Dragon Rod in Long Fei's hands was about to fall out. If it wasn't because the Thunder Dragon Rod was a holy artifact, he would have already been blown away. It had to be said that Long Lei was very strong. If it was a fight with bare hands, Long Fei would not be his match. However, in this day and age, who would fight barehanded? With the holy artifact, of course they had to use it. In that instant, with a move of Long Fei's right hand, he brought out the dragon salure and laughed wildly. "Long Lei, go to hell with this, daddy." Ha ha ha! Once the dragon salure appeared, the bedevilment chi on the dragon salure was completely different. The blood lightsaber chi moved. Long Fei released all the power he could muster from his right hand, skin opening. Boom! Flaming saber chi ignited. Tendon break. Boom! Break the bones. Slaying the blood, opening the eyes. Get down! Every time he swung his blade, Long Fei would fiercely charge forward with the Thunder Dragon Rod in his left hand and the Dragon Salure in his right. Facing the crushing suppression of two holy artifacts, no matter how powerful Long Lei was, he would not be able to block them. In the end, he was sent flying by the saber. Teleport. Long Fei disappeared from his spot, retracting his Dragon Salure, holding onto it with both of his hands. He fiercely stabbed at Long Lei's chest. Die! Boom! It directly pierced through Long Lei's body. Long Lei should have died under the Thunder Dragon Rod. This was fate. Ding! Sister-in-law of 1ish / health, strongest upgrade system. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Long Lei for obtaining an experience point, True Breath 300 points, Energy Values 100 points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Spirit Gathering Bead. Spiritual Gathering Pearl? Long Fei was stunned. Chapter 2. 8_8419/2356477. Long Lei was not a boss. His cultivation was only at War Chief realm. Long Lei was not a boss. His cultivation was only at War Chief realm. Thus, Long Fei did not plan to waste his striking attribute on him. But, he never imagined that a spirit-gathering pearl would actually explode out, and he was extremely shocked. Long Fei had read many books in the Long family's scripture pavilion, including the Spirit Treasure Mirror, so the spiritual gathering pearl was a very special existence. Long Fei was secretly excited, and immediately checked the attribute. Item: Spiritual Gathering Pearl, Sword, Grade, Earth Stage Level 1. Description: able to absorb all sword energy and slowly refine it. Once it is filled, it can be fused into a weapon, sword, to form a sword spirit. What kind of existence was a sword spirit? Even if you were to use a peerless expert of the sword, you might not even be able to train in sword spirit. Sword spirit is the spirit of the sword. It can also be said to release the soul outward. The stronger the sword spirit, the stronger the power of the sword art you cultivate will be. It is a rare treasure. No. Sword spirits were extremely difficult to refine, and it was extremely difficult for the spiritual gathering pearl to absorb sword chi. Besides the spirit gathering pearl sword, there was also the saber, spear, and beast, and so on and so forth, a series of spiritual gathering pearls, each of which was in existence of sky-high prices. Long Fei was very excited. I have a blade and a staff. I still lack a holy artifact sword. This will make me even more eye-catching. At this moment, the Long family's army surrounded him and knelt down in unison. Greetings, young chieftain. At this moment, Long Fei had completely become the Long family's new ruler, and had conquered all of their troops. Long Fei's eyes darkened. He looked at the 15,000 over Long family soldiers, picked up his dragon salyer and raised it up, roaring, "Go out and annihilate all of our Nangong army. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill." The roar of 15,000 Long family soldiers. The doors of the Wulong Valley opened wide, and Long Fei led his 15,000 brothers to kill their way out. In the distance, Nangong Kuen's face was pale white, his body dripping with blood. Seeing the entrance of the Wulong Valley open, he immediately became excited. Nangong Wu got it. Ha ha ha! Long Lei has brought the Long family army to attack. We can be saved this time. Even in his dreams, Nangong Kuen would never have thought that he would be attacked by a group of fierce beasts before he could attack first. The Class 5 magical beast had rushed in, and even he couldn't defend against it. Especially a female wolf, she was extremely savage. Just like how she treated Nangong Jun, Nangong Kuen was simply unable to hold on. This wasn't much, they were running for their lives. Long Lei had brought over 4,000 Long clan disciples with him to attack from their butt. Moreover, they were surrounding them tightly. After more than 10 attempts, he had failed to break out of the encirclement. In the past, he had always heard that the Long family army was so strong that he didn't care about them at all. But now, he always experienced the cruelty of the Long family army. Nangong Kuen panted heavily and said, "Everything is over. Nangong Wu has brought over 10,000 of the Long family's troops over, and Long Lei and the rest are about to retreat." Just when he was feeling proud, one of the soldiers stumbled forward and said, "General, no, it's not General Nangong Wu, nor General Long Lei." Nangong Kuen's brows twitched. He grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air, then shouted, "If it wasn't them, then who could it be? Could it be that trash Long Fei?" Before he could finish, a roar resounded in the sky, "That's me! Kill them all! Other than Nangong Kuen, Nangong Jun will not keep anyone else." Long Fei and 15,000 Long family soldiers rushed out. "Ha ha ha! Young master, I can't help but fall in love with you." Meng Yu killed to his heart's content. In all his years as a soldier, he had never been as carefree as he was today. From the first time he saw Long Fei, when he confidently and unhurriedly jumped down the cliff, that kind of confidence, that kind of arrogant and domineering attitude, Meng Yu had been subdued. That feeling was very comfortable. Everything that had happened today made his blood boil. He had never felt such passion before. Not just him. It was the same for the Dragon Lightning, Dragon Wind, and Dragon Cloud tribesmen that numbered above 4,000. Every one of them was extremely excited because of Long Fei. Long Fei gave them something that no one else could give. The Long family would never admit defeat. They would never give in. It was also known as the military soul, the dragon soul. It was just one word. Everything that happened today was destined to be unforgettable for them, and This would make them proud for the rest of their lives. Kill. The sound of battle shook the sky once again. Long Shan killed a Nangong soldier with a single spear strike and shouted excitedly, "Young Lord is mighty. The young Lord is mighty. The young Lord is domineering." The furious roars made every soldier of the Long family feel proud. It made every one of them feel hot-blooded. At the same time, Long Fei was the same. This feeling was too refreshing. The encirclement grew smaller and smaller. With the addition of Long Fei's 15,000 members, Nangong Jun had completely lost his ability to resist. Even if Nangong Jun were to surrender, he would only be able to kill him. Long Fei would never allow anyone from the Nangong army to live, nor would he allow anyone to do so because this concerned the safety of the Long family in Fire Glass City. About the safety of Grandpa and Uncle. And there was also Jojo and her shadow. Thus, he did not have any mercy. Even if he had to become a homicidal maniac, he would not hesitate. For the sake of the Long family, for the sake of his grandfather, for the sake of Jojo and the others, Long Fei was willing to sacrifice his life. A short hour later, the sky darkened. Nangong Jun's body was scattered across the battlefield. Not a single member of the Long family had died. This time it was a complete massacre. Long Fei walked to the side of the Flame Wolf Queen, bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your help. I will send the order that I will not kill any flame wolves in hundreds of thousands of barren mountains from now on." If not for the help of this pack of flame wolves, today's ending would have been different. Long Fei was someone who would repay kindness. The Queen Mother Flame howled. Xiaobai said, "Master, she said it's an honor to battle with you today, she's very happy." Long Fei stared at Xiaobai and said, "Do you think I do not understand the beast language? You think you can tell me all this just because he called out?" "No, I didn't. No, 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 no." Xiaobai laughed. "All right, she said it was because of me." Long Fei looked at the Queen Mother Wolf and said, "No matter who it is, I want to thank you." "Thank you." The Queen Mother Wolf slightly nodded, with admiration in her eyes. She supported Xiaobai as she revealed an ambiguous look, as though she wanted to mate with him. Xiaobai scolded angrily, "I'm still young, okay? Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, or I'll cut you into pieces." Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed out loud. Wulong Valley. It was extremely lively. Today's battle was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives, especially the 4,000 warriors who fought valiantly. Equals semi/floating life plus. The battle here was over. However, Fire Glass City's battle had just begun. The Long family was about to be annihilated. Chapter 3. 8_8419/2356478. Within the military tent. Within the military tent. Long Fei looked at the kneeling Nangong Kun and coldly laughed. "Write it or not? Long Fei, even if you kill me, I will not write anything." Nangong Kun showed a very hard look. Immediately, Long Fei shouted, "Xiaobai, bite him!" Roar! Nangong Kun was so scared that she went soft and said, "I will write." He didn't want to see the wolf anymore, even if he died. The wolf had already cast a shadow over his heart. Not long later, Nangong Kun wrote a letter according to Long Fei's instructions. Long Fei took a close look and confirmed that Nangong Kun was not pulling any trick. He then walked to the entrance of the tent and coldly said, "Kill!" Nangong Kun immediately shouted, "Ha ha! Long Fei, it's useless, your Long family is destined to be annihilated. The Fire Glass City has already made a move on the Long family, haha. It won't be long before you get killed too, haha. Long Fei." Crack! A head fell to the ground. Long Yun, Long Lei and the others walked out. Long Yun asked, "Young master, what do we do now?" Long Lei said anxiously. Grand Elder and Patriarch definitely won't be able to defend against Three Pillars' attacks. Furthermore, there's also the Nangong Imperial clan. Long Shan's eyebrows tightened as he said, "This is still secondary, Grand Elder. The Grand Preceptor is severely injured, I'm afraid." The continued life pill s. Huh. What? Long Yun, Long Lei, Long Feng, Meng Yu and the rest all looked at Long Shan in unison. Tell me clearly, what continued life pill are you talking about? What happened to the Grand Elder? Long Shan looked at Long Fei, and seeing that Long Fei did not refuse, he gritted his teeth and said, Nangong Lai from the War Master Reem tested Grand Elder's cultivation. In order to intimidate the Three Pillars, Grand Master forcefully used the pressure of the War Master Reem twice, causing great loss to his vitality. What? Didn't Grand Elder break through the War Master Reem? Long Yun's face grew frantic. Long Fei continued, Grandfather's dragon blood activation is restricted and unable to break through. In order to suppress the other families, in order to protect me, he forcefully released the War Master Reem. Then what do we do now? The dragon computer was in chaos. They were all disciples that the Grand Preceptor had personally groomed, and everything about the Grand Preceptor affected them. Meng Yu's body was bandaged up, the dragon spear in his hand shook and shouted, Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill our way back to Fire Glass City. That's right. Kill back to the Fire Glass City. If Nangong Lei dares to be arrogant, kill him. Long Feng said in a hurry. Long Yun looked at Long Fei, then looked at the exhausted Long family army, and muttered, These few days, many of the Long family's soldiers are exhausted, and have no fighting strength left. Half of the over 50,000 soldiers of the Long family died because of Long Lei's betrayal. In addition to a full day of bloodshed, they were too tired, so many of them fell asleep on the ground. Long Fei knew this since long ago. Long Shan asked, Then what should we do? Huff! Long Fei took a deep breath and handed the letter over to Long Shan. Hurry to the Nangong army camp and pass this letter to their general. Tell them that the Long family army has been accepted and that Nangong Kuan will organize the Long family army here and return 10 days later. Have the Nangong battalion send a letter to Prince Nangong. Long Shan took the letter and without asking about anything else, he mounted his horse and rapidly rode in the direction of the Nangong battalion. The first step had already been taken. Long Fei slightly said, First, delay Nangong Jun. They will immediately inform the Fire Glass City about what has happened here, and that way, the Fire Glass City will not be on guard against the Long family's army. They will think that Nangong Kuan has won, and that the Long family's army will be annihilated. Long Yun said with a slight smile, Young master, if it's like this, won't the Grand Elder and the clan leader be in even greater danger? As long as this news was spread to the Fire Glass City, the powers in the Three Pillars would become even more unscrupulous, and there would be no need to worry about the Long family's army coming out at any time. Long Fei had thought of this too, and said, I will rush to Fire Glass City within a day. 1 day. We'll need at least 5 days to get to the Fire Glass City. 1 day is simply impossible. Meng Yu said. Yeah, we can't make it in time at all. There's no way I can make it back. When Long Fei came, he had spent an entire 10 days. Even if he did not stop even after riding the fastest horse day and night, he would still need 5 days. Long Lei smiled excitedly and said, Have you forgotten that the young chieftain has a huge dragon mount? Huh! If that's the case. Everyone was excited as they looked at Long Fei. Long Fei smiled slightly. He did not want to reveal the secret of the time limit on fire and ice. Furthermore, if he used ice and fire, he wouldn't be able to summon them again within a day. What if the Fire Glass City appeared? He had to use ice and fire to suppress the Three Pillars and the Nangong imperial family. However, Long Fei did not say it out loud. I will be back in 1 day. This is the second step. Long Fei continued. I alone am not enough to contend against the 3 pillars, and even the ice-fire dragon is not enough, so you are the third most important step. 5 days. Within 5 days, I need 10,000 steel cavalry to rush to Fireglass City. Not waiting for them to speak. Long Fei said. Don't tell me we can't make it in time, we won't have the time to do that, we must reach there within 5 days, this is my limit. If you guys could not make it in time, the Fireglass dynasty would not have the Long family. Understood. It had to be a death command. Long Fei knew very well that no matter how strong he was, or how strong he could kill those stronger than him, he could never be a match for the strong War Master. Moreover, there were experts from the War Master Ream in the King Nangong Palace, Li Martial Arts Sect S, and even the experts from the War Master in the Zhuge family, not to mention the abnormal master from the Emperor Nangong's family. They had to be intimidated by the Long family's army. The 10,000 dragon soldiers could easily kill the experts of the War Master realm. Long Yun clenched his fists and said, Young Master, don't worry. I will be there in 5 days. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will still rush to Fireglass City. Mengyu said heavily. All right. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and said, I'll be waiting for you in Fireglass City. The life and death of the Long family will be in your hand. And then, Long Fei looked at the crowd, and then quickly ran out with the leopard girl following closely behind. True Breath was activated. Tiny rippling steps. Increasing his speed to its limit, Long Fei's heart secretly tensed up. Grandfather, you have to wait for me to come back, you have to wait for me. At this moment, Long Fei raised his speed to its limit. ℏ /float * life. The true breath burned in his body. His body was burning with heat, his strength seemed to be burning. His heart was filled with worry for his grandfather, the Long family, and Jojo. At the same time, Long Fei was still worried that the 3 Heaven Sect sisters would be involved. In that case, Long Fei's heart tightened as his speed increased once again. Wait for me, you must wait for my return. Chapter 4. 8_8419/2356479 Wulong Valley. Wulong Valley. Long Yun saw that Long Fei had instantly disappeared without a trace and muttered, Can't we ride the giant Long Fei and leave? Could it be that young master? You want to run back? Run. How is that possible? They're going to break their legs. There must be a restriction on riding a dragon. Everyone shivered. Long Yun frowned and immediately shouted, This matter must not be revealed to anyone. Young master, this is the young master, this is the Long family's person, what dragon god blood essence is 0, what dragon god warrior. From today onwards, I, Mengyu, will only recognize Long Fei as the young master. Everyone's heart sank. Long Fei really worked hard. They had never seen such a desperate young lord. The Grand Elder did not have it, and neither did Long Zhanhai. In their hearts, Long Fei held an incomparably heavy weight in the hearts of the entire Long family's army. He had become the soul of the Long family's army. Let's not waste time either. We will rest for the night and leave tomorrow. We must reach the Fireglass City within 5 days. The dragon cloud trembled. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Fireglass City, Long family. Long Sanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. Long Zhanhai immediately escaped the last continued life pill. With incomparable pain in his heart, he said, Father, just let your son do it for you in tomorrow's battle. It was already the 2nd day. For 3 days in a row, someone came to challenge him every day. First, it was Zhuge Yuan, then it was Li Tianyang. They were all War Master Ream rankers that took turns to challenge Long Sanfeng, and tomorrow was Nangong Lai. It was another expert of the War Master Ream. In every battle, Long Sanfeng would forcefully release the War Master Reem, and in every battle, he would suffer severe injuries. The continued life pill that he had just consumed was already the last one. In the battle tomorrow, if this continued, even if there were Lu elixir, Long Sanfeng would definitely die. Long Zhanhai hated. She hated herself to the extreme. If she had been a little stronger, her father wouldn't have ended up like this. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping through his fingers. Looking at his father like this, he felt really bad. If it could be replaced, he would have to bear all the pain for his father. Cough, cough. Long Sanfeng continuously coughed out blood. Only after consuming the pill did the continued life pill slightly suppress the injuries on his body. Continued life pill could only be used to prolong life, and could not revive the dead. Right now, Long Sanfeng had already reached the point where he was burnt out. If he fought again tomorrow, even the deities would not be able to save him. Long Sanfeng coughed a few times and asked weakly, "Don't worry about me, my old bones have been buried all over my neck, I have let down my ancestors." While they were talking, Long Sanfeng's eyes glimmered with tears. If not for the fact that my Long family would not have reached such a state if War Pavilion did not leave, It's all my fault for punishing him too severely. This was the greatest pain in his life. It was also something he regretted the most. Long Zhanting's talent, potential, and dragon blood activation were all the strong ones in the past 100 years. His dragon blood activation had also reached 90 points. If he was still in the Long family wouldn't be like this. For this, Long Sanfeng blamed himself beyond reproach. Long Zhanhai said, "Father, at this time, you don't need to talk about this anymore. What's more, the battle pavilion did do the wrong thing back then." Sigh. Long Sanfeng cried, "I let him down, I let down the Long family." In the short period of less than 2 months since he had left, he seemed to have aged several dozens of years. From an energetic old man, he had turned into an old man who was at the end of his years. Long Zhanhai said, "Father, stop talking. If you want to blame something, blame it on me. It's because I'm useless, it's because I'm dull, unable to raise my dragon blood activation, unable to break through cultivation realm, it's because I'm useless." As he spoke, Long Zhanhai knelt on the ground with a thump, and ruthlessly slapped himself in the face. He really hated himself. Why can't I be a little stronger? Why can't I share some of the burden for my father? In the Long family, Long Zhanhai trained the most and worked the hardest. After Long Zhanting left the Long family, he worked even harder. But the restriction of talent prevented him from breaking through that shackle no matter how hard he tried. Long Sanfeng immediately stopped them and said, "Zhanhai, you've done your best." Long Zhanhai bit his tongue until it bled, trying hard not to cry. Long Sanfeng continued to ask, "How's the progress of the task I assigned to you?" Long Zhanhai said, "Father, I have already sent 3 groups of people out of the city to rush to Dragon Mountain Valley. No matter what, I do not want Long Fei to return, but I received the news that Long Lei turned traitor, and that the Long family troops that were accepted by the Nangong family would all be killed. I am afraid Long Fei." When the news of this spread to Fireglass City, the attitude of the 3 pillars and the Nangong imperial clan towards the Long family instantly changed. Following that, challenges followed one after another. Some of the Long family's shops in the Fireglass City had been destroyed, leaving only the Divine Dragon Manor in the Long family. If it weren't for the 3 words, Divine Dragon Manor, bestowed by Grand Elder Nangong, the Long family's manor would have been destroyed. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Anger attacked his heart, causing Long Sanfeng to continuously cough out blood. He looked at the pitch-black night. His hands started to tremble, and said, "Does the heavens want my Long family to die? Does the heavens want me to die?" Huh! Long Zhanhai held on to Long Sanfeng, not knowing what to say. At the same time, he made up his mind. No matter what, even if he had to sacrifice his life for tomorrow's battle, he would fight in place of his father. His father could no longer take a palm from the war master Reem. In tomorrow's battle, Nangong Lai would definitely give his all. At that time, as Long Zhanhai thought of this, his heart felt a sharp pain. I'm the patriarch of the Long family, I should be the one to shoulder all of this. Nangong Imperial Clan. Nangong Lai's face flushed red. He was exceptionally happy and laughed. Today, the third wave of people sent by the Long family were killed by me, ha. You still want to pass the news to the Long family's army? Ha. Long Zhanhai, you're really thinking too much. Li Chongtian also said excitedly. My prince, I heard that the Long family's army has already been accepted by your Nangong army. Why are you still going to intercept them? Nangong Lai laughed. Killing one less, the Long family's influence will be weaker. How great is that? Ha! Li Chongtian, Zhuge Tianlong, and Nangong Lai all laughed loudly. Zhuge Tianlong said, Your Highness, tomorrow is Prince Nangong Lai's battle with Lunatic Long. This battle Madman Long will definitely not be able to hold on. Nangong Lai said confidently, My father will naturally not be a problem. Once Lunatic Long dies, the Long family will be destroyed. At that time, there will be no more Long family in Fireglass City. At that time, it will be our three pillars' world, ha. The three of them laughed excitedly. The Long family was about to be annihilated. The fifth chapter was sent over. 8_8419/2356480. Long Fei's shoes were torn and his feet were badly mutilated, but he was still running with all his might as if he did not feel any pain. Long Fei's shoes were torn and his feet were badly mutilated, but he was still running with all his might as if he did not feel any pain. He had an ominous feeling that something was about to happen to the Long family. He couldn't wait. The leopard girl had been hiding behind him the entire time, and she was also panting heavily as she consoled. Big brother Long Fei, your grandfather will definitely be fine. You should stop and rest for a while. Seeing Long Fei's legs covered in blood, the leopard girl felt a sharp pain in her heart. She didn't know what to say. I've never seen a man like this. Long Fei wanted to protect the Long family and his grandfather, but he was risking his life. If this continued, his legs would be crippled. Long Fei smiled lightly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. No matter how bitter the physical pain was, it didn't matter. He didn't want to suffer the pain of losing his family. He didn't want to become an orphan and experience the feeling of not having a single family member. He really hated that feeling. Very annoying. He had to protect his hard-earned family love. Although he was a transcender, he really did put the Long family in front of his home. Long Sanfeng was his grandfather. He would do everything in his power to protect them. Even though the leopard girl was crying, she didn't know what to say. She wanted to carry Long Fei on her back, but Long Fei refused. I will definitely rush back. Definitely. Long Fei looked far into the distance, his gaze incomparably resolute. Grandfather Jojo, you must wait for me. Long family in a small thatched courtyard at the foot of the mountain. He knelt in the courtyard, looked at the night sky, and muttered, God, you must protect my young master's safety. I am willing to use my life in exchange. I beg you, please protect my young master, please bless the Long family. In the darkness, the female assassin looked at Jojo, her eyes trembling. What made Jojo take out his own life to beg the heavens? She didn't understand. However, in her heart, Jojo was the kindest person in the world. In her heart, Long Fei was the best master she had ever met. Like Jojo, she also looked at the night sky and muttered, If possible, I am also willing. Bless him, bless the Long family. The branch of the heaven sect. What should we do? What should we do? What do we do, big senior sister? Say something, tomorrow, Nangong Lai will be challenging Long Fei's grandfather. Xiao Tian paced back and forth in the hall, incomparably anxious. What dogs hit 3 pillars are you talking about? Is there anyone like them bullying others? To take turns challenging the Long family, what's the point of this? Despicable, shameless. Yi Zian also looked at Lu Luoxi and said, Big Senior, say something. As long as you say it, Elder Xiao will stop me from rushing out. Xiao Tian immediately said, I'm going too. Lu Luoxi looked at them and said, You think I don't want to? Do you think I don't want to save the Long family? Do you know who's guarding this yard? It's Elder Xiao himself. Yesterday she had tried to charge out, but just as she took a step out of the courtyard, she was stopped by Xiao Chongfeng. Moreover, other than him, there was another elder, an inner court elder. Lu Luoxi didn't even get to see the appearance of the elder. No one wanted to save the Long family more than she did. She owed Long Fei a lot, she wanted to repay him, but she couldn't even get out the door. So what if he rushed out? Nangong Lai of the War Master Ream, they were simply no match for him. Block? What should he use to stop them? Even so, Lu Luoxi also wanted to give it a try. If Long Fei wasn't around, she couldn't just watch the Long family get annihilated. How would she be able to face Long Fei in the future? Huff! Lu Luoxi's eyes darkened and said, You all want to save the Long family, right? Xiao Tian immediately replied, I do. 3 pillars people are really unpleasing to the eye, despicable, shameless and despicable. And that Dongfang Jian, she actually had an affair with Long Fei's fiancé, and she was even brought here. I wish I could tear off her face, truly shameless. Yi Zian also said, Big Senior, just tell me what to do. Lu Luoxi was similarly not pleased with Dongfang Jian, and was even more so not pleased with Nangong Yen. He was clearly Long Fei's fiancé, but the entire city clearly knew about it, yet they still did not know how to rein it in. She was angry at Long Fei. Lu Luoxi said, Listen to my orders. Tomorrow morning, when Nangong Lai challenges grandfather Long Fei, Elder Xiao, that inner court elder, Dongfang Jian and the others will all go and watch. That is our chance. They had gone for the first 2 challenges, but this was the third. Furthermore, they were experts from the Nangong Imperial clan. Thus, they would definitely go as well. Thus, it was the best time for them to get out of here. Big Senior, so you already had a plan. Xiao Tian giggled. Big Senior sister, tell me, do you like that bastard Long Fei? Yi Zian joked. Little junior sister apprentice, you just noticed, eldest senior sister already liked him. Hee hee. Xiao Tian laughed mischievously and said, Didn't I say it before, for us 3 sisters to marry one man, must definitely be fun. Lu Luoxi glared, You're not serious. Xiao Tian stuck out her tongue towards Lu Luoxi. Yi Zian whispered, Senior sister, what about Hong Tianjun? Lu Luoxi's heart sank and his brows furrowed. His expression changed and he immediately said, All of you, go and prepare for tomorrow's battle. You must protect grandfather Long Fei and the Long family. This is the best way for us to repay Long Fei. Hong Tianjun, her fiancé. This was a thorn in Lu Luoxi's heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, she could not pull it out, nor did she have the qualifications to do so. No matter what, Lu Luoxi tried her best not to think about all these, and she was also trying her best to keep a distance from Long Fei. She was afraid that she would really fall in love with him, and that she wouldn't be able to leave Long Fei's side. At the same time, she was also afraid of bringing trouble to Long Fei, because Hong Tianjuan's background was more powerful than anyone else's. The Nangong Imperial Clan. Within the underground Dragon Fountain secret room, Nangong Ho reported what had happened today. Master thought for a moment, then said, Seems like the Long family has exhausted all their energy. You should not get involved with this matter, and should not support it or oppose it. The Long family is already like this. They have no way to reverse the situation. Their demise is already certain. The two sword-like eyebrows of the Nan Gong master were slightly startled and laughed coldly. The Nan Gong family's biggest threat is finally going to be annihilated. Since the founding of our ancestors' Fire Glass dynasty, the threat the Long family has posed to our Nan Gong family has never stopped. The incident with the dragon Salyer was also a blow to our Nan Gong family. It's a pity that we did not bring the Long family down that time. This time, the Nan Gong master revealed a sinister smile and said, "Lunatic Long, you are unable to escape from this calamity." Chapter 6 8_8419/2356481. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.